Most people are using Claude AI completely wrong. They type one prompt, get one answer, and close the tab. That's like buying a Ferrari and only driving it to the mailbox. Here's what's crazy, Claude just became a full automation engine. While you're doing tasks manually, other people are building factories that spit out content, research, code, and marketing campaigns, all on autopilot. And you're missing out because nobody showed you how. By the end of this course, you'll have real automation running. Not theory, real systems, content pipelines, SEO research bots, multi-agent workflows, all built by you step by step. So here's what we're doing. I'm walking you through everything from zero to advanced automation. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Let's build. Okay, let's talk about the real problem. You're stuck doing the same tasks over and over. Writing content, doing research, building reports. It takes hours, sometimes days. And every time you finish, there's another one waiting. You know AI can help, but you don't know how to make it actually work for you consistently. Here's what changed in 2026. Claude released Claude 4.5, and it's not just smarter, it's built for automation from the ground up. We're talking about tools that let you build once and use forever, skills that remember how to do tasks, projects that hold all your context, agents that can chain multiple actions together without you babysitting them. That's not future talk, that's what we're building in this course. I'm going to show you how to set up project factories. These are meta projects that spawn new projects automatically. You feed it one prompt and it creates complete SEO research systems, content calendars, and marketing campaigns, each one customized and ready to run. We're also diving into skills. Think of these as task-specific AI workers. You build a skill once for email responses, another for content creation, another for data analysis. Then you combine them into multi-agent systems that work together like a team. One agent researches, another writes, another edits, another publishes, all connected through N8N workflows that you'll build from scratch. And here's the best part. Everything I'm showing you is practical, no theoretical nonsense. We're building real automations for real business problems. I'm using examples from growing the AI Profit Boardroom throughout this entire course. So you'll see exactly how to get more customers, leads, and traffic using these systems. You can copy the exact templates and adapt them to your business. This course is hours long, but don't let that scare you. It's broken into chapters. You can watch one module, build that automation, and come back later. Each section gives you something you can use immediately. Quick wins that prove the system works before we go deeper. Here's what we're covering: setup basics, so you understand the interface and how projects work. Prompt mastery, so Claude does exactly what you want every single time. Project deep dives, where we build factories that generate infinite variations. Automation builds using N8N to connect everything. Advanced agents with persistent memory that get smarter over time. And optimization strategies to scale everything without breaking. By the end, you'll have a complete automation system, not just knowledge, actual working tools that save you 10, 20, 30 hours a week. And the beautiful thing, once you build it, it runs forever. You're not trading time for output anymore. You're trading one-time setup for infinite results. So if you're ready to stop using Claude like a fancy Google and start using it like a business automation engine, you're in the right place. Let's build your first factory. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. So Claude Cowork just got released, and today I'm going to show you exactly how to use it. Now, if you've never used this before, basically what you want to first do is make sure that you download desktop. And then from here, once you've opened up Claude desktop, make sure you're a Max user. And from there, you're going to go to the Cowork section over here. Now, you can basically get this to control your laptop, control your computer. I'm going to show you some example use cases, plus what other people are using this for. So you can see, for example, here, once you've navigated to Cowork inside the Claude desktop app, like you can see, you can begin to build and automate anything, right? And you just communicate it in basic phrases. For example, create a file, let's record about this, blah, 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 right? So if we go inside the chat here, we're going to choose a folder that we want to work from. So for example, like desktop, and then we'll say, okay, delete all these screenshots from my desktop to clean it up. right? And what it's going to do is it's going to navigate to that folder we just selected. So it's not access to the whole computer. And then I'll help you delete all the screenshots from your desktop. First, let me see what's there. And you can see how easy it is to do. Now, what you can also do here is, and you can see how quick it runs actually. It's already done that. Let's have a look here. So if we minimize the desktop and boom, look at that. All the screenshots gone. It's left the other files, but it figured out, okay, which ones are screenshots, and then it deleted them. So it is ridiculously fast. I actually heard a crazy story that Claude coded out the whole of code, all of it, in a week and a half by the Claude team, which is insane when you think about it, right? So from here, what we can also do is we can say, okay, using the AI browser agent, Claude for Chrome, navigate to Notebook M plus create a new notebook with information plus sources about Claude Cowork. We're going to hit let's go. And what this can actually do is use your browser, right? Now, the cool thing about this is it's really targeted at people who are not technical. I think Claude Code put a lot of people off because it's a coding tool, whereas this is like more non-technical, more chill to use, more easy, and very simplified, right? And you can just communicate it with plain English. You literally explain exactly what you want, right? Now, it builds out a to-do list. So it's kind of like a to-do list tracker, right? And it'll actually track the progress over here, as you can see. And then what it's going to do is it's going to open up this folder, right? So it's going to open up a new browser, like you can see, and it is navigating to Notebook LM. Now, from here, it should be able to start using the browser to control it and create new notebooks. So you can see now it's created a new notebook, and it should just begin to add some sources. Hopefully, it can figure that out. If you go back to Claude, you can see what it's doing and what it's thinking about. Right? So it's let me click on the website, blah, blah, blah. And the cool thing about this is it can just run in the background, right? So it may be slower than you can do normally, but at the same time, you just assign different agents, different tasks inside the chat here. It's super easy to use. And then you can tell it what to do, right? So for example, here it's now searching for Claude Cowork to find relevant URLs. And then it's going to plug those into Notebook LM, right? So it's queried this, searched the web for it, found a bunch of URLs. And now what it's going to do is add these URLs to Notebook, like you can see. Now, sometimes it will come across these errors, but it just keeps going, right? So if it's struggling with something, it just keeps going and keeps working. So now it's going to add the website URLs, like you can see. So it's actually navigated to that section, and then it should begin to paste those in, right? So it's clicked inside, pasted the URLs that it found across the web about Claude Cowork, which bear in mind just came out yesterday. So it can work with like brand new data, brand new things, brand new research. It can search the web autonomously and then add these sources directly inside Notebook LM, right? Now what we can do is we can actually go inside Claude, right? We can say, okay, generate a video overview plus a podcast about this in Notebook LM, right? And we can just get the agent to actually control the browser to start working. You can also stop this whenever you want, and then you can add a new prompt if you want to just interrupt it. And now it should navigate to the audio overview and video overview section here. Yeah, you can see it's generating it. You can also see when the agent is controlling the browser because it has an orange border around the page. And so, you know, anything that's involving clicking buttons or just like something where you're waiting around for stuff, there's no point in you doing it anymore. You can just get Claude to do this for you. You can get Claude to generate audio overviews for you, videos. It could create infographics or flashcards, whatever. It can do research across the web, and then it can communicate directly with these other programs, right? Like you can see with Glam. Like Glam is a powerful media tool, but it does require a few clicks. And so you can just automate that with Claude Cowork, like you can see. Now, once those are generated, what you can actually do is just get it to download those inside your laptop. So it can communicate with both your laptop and your notebook directly. And it will just continue to monitor the progress until it's finally done. Now, whilst waiting for that to be done, let me show you a bunch of other cool stuff that you can do. So for example, here we said, organize my desktop for me. And it looked at all 40 screenshots, organized them into nice folders, and then said, clear my desktop, plus delete all the folders and files. But it was done in 3 steps, right? Here's another one. So we actually created a website for the AI Profit Boardroom. If we open that up, it's a beautifully designed website, as you can see, and we just automated it with Claude Cowork, right? Some other examples. So you can actually write tweets, so you can get it to tweet out for you. Now, the main thing to note here is like anything related to what your team can do, whether it's, for example, going on Twitter and posting content, or LinkedIn, or for example, sending emails. Realistically, this is like a serious stage that we're at now where you can get the agent to do it for you. You don't need humans to post content anymore, right? And that's a big step that I think 99% of people don't even understand yet. So you can see here, I actually created the tweet, posted it, went on to X, logged in, create the content. And then here's the cool thing is that we reached 500 people without really doing anything. We just got Claude to work its magic. And then it actually gave us a link for the post we created. Here's another example. So we did a bunch of research about Claude Cowork, and then it created a nice little report. So that was pretty cool. And then we created a budget tracker. We organized our downloads folder so that it was nicely organized, and it counted up the files, the size. And the cool thing about this as well, like you could easily get it to manage how much space you have on your laptop, right? So for example, I could say, okay, delete the videos now to free up space, right? And what it can actually do is just clear up space on your laptop, right? You could actually say, okay, analyze this folder, find out what are all the biggest files that I don't need anymore. And then from there, it will ask you a few questions and just clear up the space in the memory on your laptop. Pretty insane, right? So it's now deleted 374 video files and freed up 119 gigabytes of space, right? Which is insane. And it did that literally whilst I was talking to you. Let's see what else we got here. So we got a report for a 30-day content calendar, which we can open up in Numbers. And you can see we've got the full 30-day content calendar right here. We actually built a Tetris game as well, which is pretty cool. So this is the game itself. And we actually added that to anti-gravity so that it could code out the database and everything else. You can see my other video about that on YouTube if you want to see it. On top of that, it can, for example, like create calendar events, right? So navigate to my calendar and create a new event called Cowork Party today. Make sure you send an email to me@juliangolder.com, inviting him. This is for a live stream happening right now, right? Now, if we actually go back to our calendar, let's check this out. You can see that we actually set up the Claude Cowork Party yesterday as a calendar invite. We invited me@juliangolder.com, and Claude just went off and did that and did its magic. And I think that's way easier than using all these other tools and other integrations with different apps and stuff like that. Now you can just do it all inside Claude Cowork. And the thing is as well, like this is the worst it's ever going to be. It's only going to get better. So it's so powerful. You can see how easy it is to do. Really, it doesn't take long to master it. It's super simple and straightforward. And now you can see we've got the audio overview generated from the collect. And we could always go back to Claude and say, okay, let's go back here. And we'll say, okay, stop. So it's still running in the background whilst I was talking to you. We're going to stop that now. And what we can do is say, okay, download the audio overview for me. Because this can communicate with your local files as well, you can actually download stuff and organize it for you in the folder that you selected to run Opus 4.5 inside. So let's see what it's doing. So it's now clicking on the audio overview. It's going to click on the 3-dot menu. And then it will just download that in the background whilst we're talking to you. Go to the AI Success Lab, which actually connects you with 45,800 people, as you can see. And if you go to the classroom here, I have a full training on how to use this powerful AI computer use agent. It's a full 1-hour free course. You'll get my full framework on basically how to automate anything using this computer use agent. Some examples of a 30-day plan you can implement to master it, plus over 100 prompts that you can use to leverage this. So if you want to really automate your business and really understand how to use Claude Cowork and really grow your business with it, feel free to check that out. It's completely free. Link in the comments description. And if you want to learn more about AI automation, if you want to join a community of entrepreneurs growing and scaling with AI, feel free to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This comes with a daily accountability group so you never feel overwhelmed and you're 100% focused on achieving your goals. You can post inside the community anytime you struggle or need some help and support. Inside the calendar, we have 4 coaching calls a week, so you can jump on and get technical support and help whenever you need it. You can direct message me whenever you need help as well. And you also get all my best trainings. So for example, this 6-week course shows you how to automate your business in just 6 weeks, plus how to go from complete beginner to expert in just 5 weeks and build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, you get all my best playbooks for avatar videos and automating content like you can see. And you'll get all of my best trainings on YouTube and AI YouTube, how to grow an agency, how to rank #1 inside AI search engines. And that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So feel free to get it. Appreciate you watching. And if we come back to this task, you can see that Claude has now downloaded the podcast. Perfect timing. Let's see what questions we got here. Julian, how to teach Claude Cowork to know more about my business. I wanted to test my SaaS. So you basically just give it all your reference data that you can, right? So for example, any files that you've got, any reports, even like your website would be really useful for Claude Cowork to train it, and just give it more information about what it does, how it works, etc. And then from there, you can easily train up Claude Cowork. You could also, for example, download your website or your About Me pages, any sales pages that you have as well, and any sort of like user guides that you have too, and then put them in a folder locally, open that folder up inside Claude Cowork, and then you can train Cowork on exactly what you're doing and how it works and that sort of thing. You could even, for example, get it to improve your SaaS as well. So I think you could actually give it the code and then say like, how can I improve this? Or what sort of bugs do I need to improve, etc. So today we're going to be looking at the brand new Claude computer use agents that work on your desktop and can basically automate your whole computer. Plus, they can actually control your browser as well. So let's get straight into it. What is Claude Cowork? Basically, this is like a virtual assistant on your laptop that can just run and build and automate all sorts of things, right? So for example, if we go to Claude, you can see today we built all sorts of things. For example, this Tetris game, as you can see right here, we coded out locally. It pretty much worked first time around. It looks pretty cool. You can see here we created a 30-day content calendar using this as well. We organized a downloads folder, created a spreadsheet for tracking stuff. We researched and analyzed Claude co-working reports that it generated for us as well. We have even posted tweets, and I'll come on to that in a second and exactly how to do it, like you can see right here. And then additionally, inside Claude Cowork, we can also create websites and then host them on a subdomain as well, like you can see right here, right? And this can basically control and create files and organize files. It can control your actual browser as well. And I'm going to show you exactly how to get set up here. So if you actually want these agents to control your browser, for example, what you need to do is make sure that you have the Max Plan from Claude. And then you also want to make sure that you have the Claude for Chrome plugin right here. And once you're logged in directly on Claude Cowork, like you can see, and you've updated the desktop version of Claude to this version right here, then what you can start doing is you can easily set this up. So let me show you exactly how to do this, right? What you're going to do from here is you're going to go to a new app, like you see right here. And then, for example, we can say, okay, go to X using browser agent on Chrome with Claude, then tweet out a mind-blowing tweet on the new Claude Cowork update, right? Something like that. Now, if we use the messages you can see right here, the prompt, what it's going to do is say, I'll help you go to X and tweet about the new Cowork update. Let me get the browser context and then navigate to X, right? And so you can see here it's actually opened up a tab. Now it's going to begin to compose a tweet, and you can see it says Claude is active in this tab group, like you can see right here. It's right in the tweet, like you can see. So it says Claude just became your AI coworker. The new Cowork update is insane. The other cool thing here is because it's logged into my account and it understands me and the history of the tweets that we've created with Claude Cowork, it can actually do that and post just like me, like you can see right here. Right. And so it's created this tweet. It looks pretty good. It's written better than most of my team could write, to be honest. And it did it in just one simple quick prompt, right? So it's giving me the tweet and what it reads over here so it can communicate with the browser. And then if we go inside here and we say, okay, post this, it's now posted the tweet, right? So it posted that tweet, like you see right here, wrote it pretty nicely, formatted it perfectly. This isn't AI slop as well. It's like actually something better than most of the posts on this. Now, I think it'll actually do pretty well. And then if we go back to Claude now, inside Cowork, you can see it's like the tweet covers this, blah, blah, blah. And I love that it ties into your live stream happening right now, right? It actually understands that I'm doing a live stream as we're talking right now. And it says, I love that you're talking about the Claude Cowork AI agent, perfect timing, right? And so it posted a tweet, wrote it, posted it live, controlled the laptop, controlled the browser, went off and posted this on my live account, and even knew that I was doing this on a live stream. So it has a lot of context and it understands exactly what is going on, right? A lot of people will actually watch this video and may not understand what's happening here, but the agent understands exactly what's happening, which is crazy. So let's try something else now, right? What we're going to say is we'll go back to Claude here and we'll say, okay, write an email, or in fact, navigate to my calendar and create a new event for a Claude Cowork party today. Plus, make sure that you send an email to me@juliangoldie.com inviting him, right? This is for the live stream happening right now, right? And now it's going to pop up with something that says, do I allow it to control my browser, which is fine. And you've got two options here. You can open up Claude Cowork like you can see, or what you can do is you can navigate to your browser and just see what it's doing in live real time, right? So it's up to you how you want to use this and that sort of thing. And if we go to the other browser here, you can see it's navigated to my calendar, right? So it's actually going to open up the calendar, like you can see. It's creating the new event for the Claude Cowork party. It's going to try and add a title. It's created the title Claude Cowork party like this, and it's set the time as well just for 1 hour. Now it's going to add the email address. So it's inviting me at juliangoldie.com. Bear in mind, like, I've used plenty of browser agents. I've used plenty of computer use agents. I would say the way that you can use this is by far the easiest, right? For example, I've tried something like Google Marina, ChatGPT agents, even the Claude for Chrome browser agent right here. And I think the way that Cowork works is like, it's so powerful for people who don't use AI or don't understand AI. And I think that's what we're looking at here is we can all access this now, right? And it's just a local program that runs here and you can control and do anything using this computer use agents. And that's what I love is it's not really failing at this point. It's doing whatever it wants and however it wants. And it's working almost perfectly, like you can see. So it's going to add a description for the event and then it's going to save it. I'm actually going to pull this up side by side just so it's easier to see for you. Now it's going to send the invitation. And it sent it. Boom. Look at that. So if we now navigate to me@juliangoldie.com, let's have a look. Boom. Look at that. We've got the invitation for the Claude co-work party. It's invited us right here. I like the fact that it's added a cheeky little emoji in the title. And how easy was that, right? So just to recap on this, there's so much you can do with this, right? And we're really just scratching the surface. So for example, we built out a Tetris game. You can see we tweeted live and then we sent an email invite plus a calendar invite for this particular post. We created a 30-day calendar previously as well, like you can see. And then you can open this up in numbers. So if we open this has created a local file right here. So not only can it like create the file and organize and track information and that sort of thing, but it will also have a nice little link to just check that out locally, like you can see. Here you can see it actually said, help me organize my downloads folder so it's easier to manage. And it did that pretty nicely. It actually gave me a nice little table breaking down all the files and the folders that we set up. We've got a budget tracking sheet. We have the content creation process, write a message about Claude co-work, blah, blah, blah. We created a website for the AI profit board that looks super nice, right? So let's open this up. Boom, look at that. It's better than it's actually better than my existing website, right? And then if we go back here, we organize our desktop files and actually deleted a bunch of files off my desktop just using Claude co-work before and there was no problems. The only thing that I've seen it struggle with is actually creating a presentation. Apart from that, I think it can do almost anything. So you can see exactly how to use Claude co-work, how to control your computer, how to do all sorts of things. So you could analyze competitive websites, create a comparison sheet. You could generate social media content from blog posts, all sorts of things like this, right? Now, let's have a look at some of the limiting beliefs that might be holding people back. So some people will say AI is improving fast. I should wait a few months until the next version comes out. I don't want to spend my time learning something that'll be obsolete soon. But the thing is, like the new empowerment belief is every month you wait is another month of wasted time on manual work, right? And the winners start now with current tools and stay ahead as improvements arrive. So waiting basically means fate and falling behind. And this is crazy because it will keep you stuck, right? Here's the truth. Like AI is always getting better. There will always be a new model coming in 3 to 6 months. But if you wait for good enough, you'll wait forever, right? Because by the time the next version launches, there'll be another one on the horizon. Meanwhile, your competitors are using today's tools. They're saving hours per week. They're deploying those saved hours to grow, right? Scale. And so like when you finally decide you're ready, they'll be 6 months ahead of you. That's the main thing. So the way that I see it is like, I use the best tools available today. And then when better tools launch, I upgrade, right? I don't lose anything by starting now. So I gain experience, save time, results, and learning. Compare that to waiting. Like you gain nothing. You lose time. You fall further behind to people who are already all implementing this now. Claude co-work is available right now. It works right now. It can save you time starting today. Will it improve in 6 months? Absolutely. Should you wait 6 months to start? Absolutely not, right? The best time to start AI and using AI was like 12 months ago. The second best time is today. So that's the way that I would look at it. Let's have a look at some of the questions we've got. One Star Will says, dude, you're like the other half of my brain I don't have. Lol. Thank you. I hope that's a compliment. CX Nation says, are you walking while streaming? You are a multitasking master. Yeah, I am. Yeah. You got to get the steps in, stay healthy, and do live streams. That's what I think. Sperio says, hello, and thank you for the tutorials. Happy to help. Scully says, Goldie Pop. And says, I hope you're not on a treadmill. I hope you're on a treadmill and that's not how you dance when you're in a good mood. Yeah, I'm just doing my special Claude dance now. Just kidding. Just love your work. You're the guy I tell everybody about. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And One Star Will says, I need a real person assistant to manage my AI assistant while I do the more challenging code stuff. But the problem is, if people can use this, they probably wouldn't be an assistant. I'll show you something interesting here. And I think you'll like this. Right. So if you check out this system right here, I actually get one of my assistants to just manage the AI and to post onto X for me. Like you can see, I've done other videos about it. You can search them on YouTube if you want. Right. But the main point here is I can get my team to use these tools as an assistant, as a virtual assistant, whatever it is. And my whole team use AI just like I do. Like I train them up. This is one of the reasons I create the videos is I use them as training videos, right? And if you actually have a look, like you can see our analytics are just popping off, right? For example, a couple of days ago, we reached 708,000 people one day, 459,000 people in one day. And this is just like a basic, this is just a virtual assistant who's never done AI and never done Twitter before, right? My point here is like you can get and train a team to use this stuff, especially if you give them my videos, right? Because they're just following the same steps you are. We're all in the same boat, right? How many steps so far from Crystal? Let's have a look. Let's have a cheeky gander. So 21,000. I don't think you can see that actually, to be fair, but we got 21,000 steps today. Plus we did the Muay Thai. So I'm feeling good. Starks DevOps says great content. Happy to help. Scully says, I love the look on my clients' faces when I tell them I made an AI employee for them. Yeah, 100%. And then CX Nation says, where do we start if we join the AI? It's like you have too much content. It's a bit confusing. Right. So when you join the AI Profit Boardroom, we actually DM you, we direct message you, and we say, what are you struggling with right now? What do you need help and support with right now? And then you give us the actual thing that you're struggling with, and we give you a custom journey. So we built out custom journeys for every single problem we've seen members struggle with, right? And we have 2,100 members inside there. And so if you want to learn this stuff, like we'll literally listen to you, figure out what the problem is, and then we'll give you a custom journey based on that. So it really depends where you're at. But the other thing you can do as well is just start with the accountability group. If you want to start implementing this right today, start with the accountability group, set your goals, tell everyone what you're going to do, right? Because you're far more likely to achieve your goals. You're far more likely to implement this stuff if you declare it publicly. And that's what the AI Profit Boardroom accountability group is like. And it's a daily check-in where you can just say, right, today I'm going to work on this. People check back and they make sure they actually do it, right? So that's where I would start with this. If you're a complete beginner, then go to the classroom, and inside the AI Profit Boardroom, we have this 6-week AI automation masterclass that takes you from complete beginner to expert with AI in just 5 weeks. Plus, you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, right? If you're struggling with overwhelm, we have different protocols for that. If you want to learn how we create avatar videos, you can see this whole process. But whatever your problem is, whatever you need help with, right, we can help you with this because we've seen so many members do it, and we've designed a custom journey for every single person, depending on where they're at and what they're struggling with and how we can help them. So that's basically what we do. That's inside the AI Boardroom. Feel free to get it. Link in the comments description. We also have 4 coaching calls a week. So you can jump on these coaching calls, get help, get support, unlimited technical support whenever you need it. And if you want to watch those calls back, you can watch it back inside the classroom here. And also you can post inside the community here, get help, get support whenever you need it. And we're just all here to help each other. Claude just became a real coworker. It lives inside your computer now. It does your actual work for you. No more copy paste. This is the biggest AI shift I've seen all year. And I'm going to show you exactly how it works. Claude just stopped being a chatbot. It's now a real AI coworker that lives inside your computer and does actual work for you. And I'm talking about real work, not giving you answers, not writing you drafts. I'm talking about organizing your files, building spreadsheets, creating documents, managing your entire workflow. This is insane. So Anthropic just dropped something called Cowork, and it's built on top of Claude Code. Now, if you don't know what Claude Code is, it was this developer tool that let programmers tell Claude to write code and build apps. But here's what happened. People started using it for everything else. They were organizing files with it, writing reports with it, managing research projects, creating documents, cleaning up their messy folders, building spreadsheets from scratch. So Anthropic looked at this and said, okay, people want an AI coworker, not just a coding assistant. So they built Cowork, and Cowork is Claude Code, but for normal people, for real work, not just programming. This is the shift everyone's been waiting for. Cowork is a new mode inside the Claude desktop app. Right now, it's only on Mac, but Windows is coming soon. And instead of just chatting with Claude like you normally do, you give Claude a real folder on your computer, like your downloads folder or your work projects folder, or wherever you keep your messy files. And then Claude can actually do things with those files. It can read them, rename them, create new ones, edit documents, build spreadsheets, organize everything, generate reports. This is not chat anymore. This is task execution. You're not asking Claude what to do. You're telling Claude, here's the folder, do the job, and it does it. Here's why this is completely insane. Normal AI gives you text. Cowork does work. So instead of Claude saying, here's the list, it says, here's the finished file saved in your folder. Instead of here's a draft, it's here's a real Word doc or spreadsheet or report created for you. Claude now has file system access. It has task planning, execution loops, progress tracking. It can run multiple jobs at the same time. This is the same agent engine that powers Claude Code, the same technology that developers have been using to build entire apps. But now it's made for everyone, for normal work, and that changes everything. Let me give you some real examples of what Cowork can actually do. And these are perfect use cases you can start using right now. First one is file chaos cleanup. You know how your downloads folder is a complete mess? Just tell Claude, organize my downloads folder, and it will read every single file, rename them with proper names, sort them into categories, create folders, move everything where it belongs, all automatically. Now, if you're at the point where you want to learn how to use AI tools like Claude Cowork to actually scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with automation, you need to check out my AI Profit Boardroom. This is where I share the exact systems and automations we use in my agency to handle client work at scale. You'll get the full breakdown on how to implement agents like CoWork into your actual workflow, not just play around with them. Link is in the description, but let me keep going because there's way more to show you. Second example, screenshot to spreadsheet. This one's crazy. Let's say you have a folder full of receipts or screenshots of bills or invoices, just random images with numbers on them. Give that folder to Claude, tell it to extract the data and build a spreadsheet. Claude will read every image, pull out the numbers, build you an Excel file, calculate the totals, give you a finished spreadsheet ready to use. Third example, notes to report. You have meeting notes scattered everywhere, PDFs from different projects, random docs with ideas. Give Claude all of those files, tell it to write a report. It will read everything, synthesize all the information, write a proper professional report, and save it as a document in your folder. No copy pasting, no reformatting, no manually going through everything. But here's where it gets even crazier. If you pair CoWork with Claude in Chrome, you can build a full research agent. Claude can browse websites, read articles, collect data, put everything into files on your computer, summarize research, build documents. This becomes an end-to-end research system. You tell it what to research, it goes and does it, comes back with the finished work. Now, let me explain why this destroys the ChatGPT workflow. With ChatGPT, you copy something, you paste it, you get an answer, you copy the answer, you paste it somewhere else, you download a file, you upload it again, you reformat everything. It's this constant back and forth. You're doing all the work. With CoWork, you give Claude a folder, you give it a task. Claude handles the rest. It feels like leaving work for a human coworker, not chatting with a bot. You're delegating actual work. And that's the shift. That's what makes this different from every other AI tool out there. Now let's talk about what's actually happening under the hood, because this isn't just Claude being better at chat. This is Claude becoming an agent. It has planning capabilities. It can use tools. It has memory of what it's doing. It can run execution loops where it checks its work and fixes mistakes. This is the same technology behind Claude Code, the same system developers use to build complex applications, but Anthropic made it simple. They made it work for normal business tasks, file management, document creation, data organization, research, all the stuff you actually need to do every day. And that's why this matters, because agents are only useful if they can do real work, and CoWork does real work. Let me talk about safety for a second, because this is important. Claude only sees the folders you give it and the connectors you allow. It asks before deleting files. It asks before making big changes. But yes, it can do destructive things if you tell it to. And prompt injections are still a risk. If you have a file with weird instructions in it, Claude might read that and get confused. That's why this is still a research preview. Anthropic is being careful. They're rolling it out slowly. They're watching how people use it and they're improving the safety features. But the core capability is there. The agent works. It does real tasks and it's only going to get better. So who can actually use CoWork right now? It's available for Claude Max subscribers and you need the Mac OS app. Windows support is coming soon. Cross-device sync is coming. But right now it's Mac only. If you're not on the Max plan, you can join the waitlist. And honestly, if you do any kind of work with files and documents and data, this is worth getting access to. CoWork is different. It's simple. You point it at a folder. You tell it what to do. It does it. That's the interface. That's the whole product. And it works. This is what people have been wanting. Not another chatbot. Not another thing that gives you text to copy and paste. They want something that does the work for them. And CoWork does that. What's coming next for CoWork? Windows support is the big one. A lot of people are waiting for that. Cross-device sync, so you can start work on your computer and check it on your phone. More skills and capabilities, better safety controls. Anthropic is building this out fast. And the more people use it, the better it's going to get. Here's the big picture. This is how humans will work with AI going forward, not chatting, delegating. You'll have AI coworkers that handle specific parts of your workflow. One handles your files, one does research, one manages your emails, one builds reports, and you coordinate all of them. You become the manager. The AI does the tasks. That's the future. And CoWork is the first real product that shows us what that looks like. It's not perfect yet. It's still in research preview, but the direction is clear. AI is moving from giving you information to doing your work. And if you're not thinking about how to use this in your business, you're already behind. Now, if you're at the point where you want to learn how to use AI tools like Claude CoWork to actually scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with automation, you need to check out my AI Profit Boardroom. This is where I share the exact systems and automations we use in my agency to handle client work at scale. You'll get the full breakdown on how to implement agents like Cowork into your actual workflow, not just play around with them. Link is in the description. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. This is the free community where we share everything, every new tool, every new technique, every automation we're testing.
So today I want to show you how to use Claude Cowork, which is the new update from Claude, as you can see right here. And we can actually build out websites like this, right? And then we can open them up inside Anti-Gravity and deploy them, right? So for example, here, we actually took the custom website for Claude Code and Cowork, right, which is a brand new AI agent from Claude Code. Then we plugged it into Netlify, and we actually use Netlify in a combination of Anti-Gravity, which I'll show you how to use in a second. And by the way, Anti-Gravity is free to use. We deployed it to a subdomain, as you can see right here. So it's a really powerful combination because you can create like beautiful websites using Claude Cowork. You can host these locally, and then what you can do is actually transfer them over to Anti-Gravity, and inside Anti-Gravity, you can vibe code them out, or you can deploy them, or you can add a database to them, use a Superbase and that sort of thing. So it's pretty amazing what you can do with this. So I want to show you exactly how it works step by step and how to do this, all right? So what we're going to do is we are going to go over to the chat over here, and let's say you want to build out an app, right? So first of all, you need to make sure that you have the max plan of Claude to use Cowork. And from here, you want to select Cowork, right? Now, you're going to run a new task and make sure that you have the right folder set up, right? So you want to make sure that you have a folder where you can store the files for your website. So for example, for me, I could set up a website right here, and we could put this in the code section, for example, and just add a new folder right there that Claude Cowork can run from, right? So let me do that. So we're going to go to code, then we're going to set up a new folder. We're going to call this, new app, right? Something like that. Then we're going to go back to downloads, choose a different folder. We're going to select new app right here. And that just silos away the project folders so that we keep things organized. And obviously Claude doesn't have access to your whole computer. It just has access to that one single folder. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to grab a prompt from the AI Success Lab. So if you scroll down right here, you actually see that we've got a bunch of prompts that you could actually steal from me. So for example, we could take one of these and we could say, okay, build out an AI automation themed Tetris game with a CTA to the AI profit border, right? And then we're going to add a link to it. Link is here, funnel traffic, this page, right? Make sure the game is fun, dopamine inducing, crazy colors, etc. Then we're going to hit let's go. And what you can see here is that Claude Cowork is going to begin to code that out and build it out, right? Whilst we're waiting for that to load, someone asks, is there an offer on right now to get the SEO Elite Circle when you sign up to the AI Profit Boarding? And that's absolutely true. So if you sign up to the AI Profit Boarding, you will get access to the SEO Elite Circle whilst you're an active member. So feel free to sign up. And if you can't find out where to get access, just direct message me once you're in the group and we can get you sorted. You can get that at aiprofitboarding.com or go to the link in the comments and description. So this is writing out the AI Tetris game, as you can see right here. And then what we'll do in a second is we will open the folder inside Anti-Gravity, which we'll come on to in a second, all right? Now, in the meantime, if you want to get all the resources from today, it's inside the AI Success Lab, as you can see right here, along with a 2-hour free course on how to use Anti-Gravity. But let's talk about, okay, why is this so powerful? Why is this so useful right now? Google Anti-Gravity plus Claude Cowork is one of the most powerful end-to-end development workflows available, and most people don't even know these tools can work together, all right? And this isn't really about like writing code faster. It's about having 3 AI agents working as a team, one that builds your project locally, one that tests in a real browser, and one that deploys it live or working database, all without you touching deployment configs or writing backend code, right? So today, really, you're going to see how to connect Claude Cowork, Anti-Gravity, and Netlify MCP and Superbase MCP into one workflow that takes you from like empty folder to live website with a database in under an hour, right? It will take me way less than that to actually do this, right? And I call this a build, test, deploy workflow, right? It runs in 3 phases. So number 1 is build and use Claude Cowork to do that. So you build your project locally on your Mac with Claude, handling all the file creation. Then you're going to test it. So you're going to use Anti-Gravity to test it. And you can actually see that Claude is testing it out right now. And then phase number 3 is deploy it with MCP servers. So let's show you exactly how to implement this. And I do have a 30-day implementation plan for mastering this too, but let's go straight into it. So if we go back to Claude right here, we've got the HTML, like you can see, and this is the AI automation Tetris game. right? So we're just going to click on start automating, and then you can see this is good to go. And you see here how it's got a CTA to the air profit boardroom, boom shakalaka. That's what we like, right? Pretty simple and easy. Now, if we go back to Claude here, we can test this out. So let's just try moving this around. Yep, it works perfectly. Beautiful. All right. So the game is working nicely. And then you can open this up in Google Chrome if you want to, like you can see right here. Pretty nice. But we actually want to deploy it and we want to add like a backend to it as well, right? So how do we do that, right? What we're going to do is we're going to go to new window over here inside Anti-Gravity, which you can download for free at antigravity.google. Then you're going to click on open folder. And from here, you are going to select the folder that you created the game with, right? So new app was the folder that we created. So we're going to open that up. Like you can see, we're going to allow access to this. The agent's going to just load up on the right-hand side over here. As you can see, we're just going to say, okay, open this up and test it out. Now, you might be saying at this point, okay, why would you switch over to Claude Cowork? The reason that I would do that is, number one, you've got these agents that are controlling the browser. Like you can see, I'm not touching or clicking any buttons on the screen, right? And the other thing here as well is that you can see all the files. You can edit this in the nice IDE. And then also Anti-Gravity allows you to use free APIs to create more work on it as well later. I just think it's a perfect combination because Anti-Gravity is more built for like vibe coding, whereas Claude Cowork is more built for like just a quick local project, right? So this is going to begin to test this out. See, it's testing this out and playing the Tetris game for us. Again, this is the AI controlling this. This is not me, but I actually really like the UI. I think it looks super nice, right? So you can see here, the agent is actually moving the Tetris pieces around. We've got the AI agent being tested right here, right? Pretty simple and easy. Now, if we go back to Anti-Gravity itself, I'm just going to pause this right now. So we'll stop. If you ever want to stop Cowork, you just press the stop button at the bottom. And then if we go over to Anti-Gravity now, what we can actually do is we can say, okay, great. Now add a database for people to log in on this website. So add a login page plus link the Superbase MCP so that people can log in and see their leaderboard, etc. So basically you could have a game where people log in or an app or whatever it is, and you can create whatever you want. Tetris game is just for fun, but you could build some really cool stuff with this. Any idea that you have for an app, you could build with Cowork and Anti-Gravity. And the way that we're using this, if you're wondering, okay, how do we set up those MCPs? So what we actually did is you just click on the three dots at the top, you select MCP servers, then you're going to install the ones that you want. For each one of these, you will need to get a personal access token, but that's not much work. And then, for example, if we click on this one, we can just start installing these step by step, right? So, for example, some people, you could install like the MCP for PayPal, for example, or something like that if you wanted to. So if we go out to the chat now, like you can see, we're going to click on back to agent. And now you can see it's actually built out the leaderboard for the page, right? So we've got this login save progress bit, and then you've actually got a leaderboard section as well that you can link to as well. And then if we actually have a look in the chat here, it's use the MCP tool Superbase to add a database and a login page to this project, right? And then now we're actually building something that people can log into. We've got a database, people can save their progress, etc. And it becomes like a proper app that you can deploy quickly, which I'll come on to in a second. I'll show you how to deploy in a second. So we'll wait for this to load. Now it's testing out, as you can see right here. And then we have this ready to go, right? So for example here, let's just test this out and we're good to go on that. All right. Now, how do we actually deploy this once we use Superbase to set up the database? What we can do from here is we can say, okay, deploy this to a subdomain using Netlify MCP, and we're good to go from here. Dinsky, my first ever comment from Twitch. I've never seen a comment from Twitch before. Thank you very much, sir, for tuning in. So we're going to wait for this to load. This is deploying to a subdomain now. Boom, shakalaka, look at that. It's on a nice little subdomain here. And that is basically how to build out a new website, add a database with Anti-Gravity, automate it all with Cowork, and then deploy it to a subdomain like you've seen today using the Netlify MCP. So it's amazing, really, to be able to do this, to use AI agents locally to host and build whatever you want, to leverage the power of Claude Cowork. And the other thing I would say about this is just a beginning, right? This is the worst it's ever going to be, but it basically coded something out perfectly first time round in exactly the way that we wanted to do it, right? So if you want to get the video notes from today, including all the resources, a 2-hour training on Anti-Gravity for free, you want to get the 30-day plan on how to build this, plus the build, test, deploy workflow that I've shown you today, the framework, and then also over 100 prompts for this workflow. You can just copy and paste the skill from me. You can get this for free inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. So go to the AI Success Lab, like you can see right here. It connects you with 45,600 members. We have all of these different free trainings right here. And if you go to this section, you can find all the notes from today, like you can see. Now, inside the AI Profit Boardroom community, we actually have a private community of 2,100 serious entrepreneurs who are automating their business with AI, right? We actually have a daily accountability group inside there. You can post inside the community, ask any questions to get help and support whenever you need it. You can see all the people winning with this stuff, right? So it's not just me. There's so many business owners out there who are automating their business and growing and scaling using AI automation. And you can be part of that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And also, if you want to know, okay, what's my tech stack? Right? What do I use for my business day to day? You can get all of my best playbooks and tech stack inside the classroom right here. You can also learn how to automate your business and go from complete beginner to expert with AI automation in just 5 weeks. And also you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, if you struggle with overwhelm or shiny object syndrome or focus, we actually have a full focus protocol inside here to help you avoid that. We show you how to get more clients and scale your agency using this course. You'll learn how to do AI SEO automation and rank #1 inside ChatGPT and other AI search engines for your business, and also how to grow a YouTube channel based on what's working for me. So you can get that all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. It's available, link in the comments description, or just go to the AIprofitboardroom.com to get access. Claude, Cowork, build and automate anything. Today, we're going to be looking at the new update from Claude Cowork, which is basically like Claude Code, but for the rest of your work. You can connect it to your files locally. You can, for example, build reports, organize your desktop, all sorts of things. So we'll be testing out exactly how to automate anything that we want using this new update. Now, you can see it here inside Cowork. This is available on the Max plan of Claude, as you can see. And if you're thinking, okay, should I use it or should I upgrade, etc., let's test it out today and see how it is. Now, you can see a few tests I've already run on this. So, for example, we actually said clear my desktop, delete all the folders and the files, and it went off and did that, as you can see. And so it can delete files off your laptop, it can organize your messy desktop, and it can connect locally to your files, as you can see right here. Here's another one, right? So this is a report that we created, and it actually created a file offline. If we open this up in Pages, for example, you can see here, it actually created a full report about Claude Cowork itself, which is better than most reports have ever been given by my team, right? And I think it's super powerful because you can create presentations, local files, you can organize your files, you can have Cowork actually operate your browser as well. And we're going to be running through some of the best ways to do it. Now, to actually use this, the way that you want to use Claude Cowork is to actually download Claude Desktop. Then what you need to do is make sure that you have downloaded Claude, upgraded to Max, and finally, you want to just check for updates, right? So if you go into Claude, you can't see it here, you want to make sure you check for updates. Here's another example. So this is actually a website we created using Claude Cowork, right? And it created a local website, and then it actually gave me the files to open inside Anti-Gravity, right? So if we click on this, you can see that we can open this folder up inside Anti-Gravity. And here's the other crazy thing, right? So if we actually go to our past conversations, and I'll show you what we did about 9 hours ago, right? You can see, for example, here, we have the AI Profit Boardroom deployed, right? And this is a new website that we created with Claude Cowork. Then we ran it over to Anti-Gravity, and using the MCP tool Netlify, we actually deployed it to a subdomain, right? So if we open this up, let's check this out. Boom, look at that. Brand new website, fully designed, locally stored, and then hosted with Anti-Gravity and the Netlify MCP. So there's literally so much you can do with this. It's pretty amazing. And I honestly think we're just discovering the power of this. I think it's still very early days. Here's an example, right? So if we have a look on X, for example, we see what other people are doing. So this is a cool quote from Lenny. And you can see here, he asked it to go through every Lenny's episode and pull out 10 most important themes and lessons. And then literally within about 15 minutes, as you can see, it literally pulled out all the lessons from his local files and podcasts. Pretty insane, right? Here's an example of the screenshot. Here's what you could do. So what I've put together here is a framework that you can use for Claude Cowork, right? And this is called the Folder First framework. So if you're wondering, okay, what is Claude Cowork? What can you do, etc.? So Claude Cowork is Anthropic's brand new AI agent feature that lives inside the Claude desktop on Mac, right? And unlike regular Claude, where you just chat and you copy and paste responses, Cowork can actually access a folder on your computer, read your files, create new files, edit existing files, and complete complex multi-steps autonomously. You give it a job, it makes a plan, it executes, and it delivers finished work. Kind of think of it like hiring a virtual assistant who works at light speed, never gets tired, costs nothing beyond your Max subscription, and can handle 10 tasks in parallel whilst you go to the gym. That's what we're dealing with right here. Okay, so let's have a look at some examples of how we can use this. So the first thing you want to do is just make sure you have Claude set up. Then you're going to make sure that you have CoWork set up. And then, for example, if you wanted to build a website locally, you could say, okay, make a prototype of a new website for the AI profit boardroom, asking clarifying questions to share a plan for how you approach this task. Then you can see it asked me a bunch of questions, and it went off and just built it autonomously. And it works perfectly first time around. So it's pretty insane what you can do with this. We can also open this up in Chrome. So we created a HTML version as well as a React version. So the React version we actually launched into Anti-Gravity. The HTML version we hosted locally. But you can see how powerful this is, right? The design is actually super nice. It's actually better than our main website, to be honest. So what I've actually done is created a 30-day build plan where you can use this to set up Claude CoWork and really master it, right? So for example here, let me get some example prompts here. So we're going to say, okay, create a budget tracking spreadsheet with formulas. We'll copy and paste that. Then we'll go into Claude CoWork like you can see. We need to click on open sidebar. And then from here, we're going to click on new task. And then we're going to click on this. Now, we need to work inside a folder, right? So for example, you can choose a different folder right here. I'm just going to choose my downloads folder, which you can see is super messy. And we'll come on to why that is in a second and how we can fix it. We're going to click on always allow. As you can see right here, we'll switch the folder now so that it's working locally from this folder. And then we can say, okay, create a budget tracking spreadsheet with formulas, right? Let's go. It'll actually just go off and do that. So easy and simple, right? And what it can actually do is actually create the formulas, the tracker, and it can create the physical file itself, right? The digital file. Now, what you can also do as a new task here is you could say, okay, working in downloads, help me organize my downloads folder so it's easier to manage. And if you have a look at my downloads folder, for example, over here, you can see that we have a lot of files in there, right? It's super messy. There's no organization. It's not great, right? It's not looking good. It's just a compilation of files, right? And so what we're going to do is get Claude Code, whilst it's working on that budget tracker spreadsheet, we're going to get it to organize our downloads as well, right? So it's working from the same folder as you can see right here. By the way, for those asking me if I'm walking right now, I'm on a standing treadmill with my desk. So I've just set up the treadmill, getting the steps in. I'm on about, I think, 20,000 today, something like that. Plus, so you got to keep fit on you whilst you're doing these live streams. So now I said, okay, how would you like your downloads folder organized? You can do it by file type, date, or something else, right? So I'm going to go with file type. And then it says, what should I do with the installer files? You can delete them, and let's see what it does. Now, in the meantime, we've actually got the other spreadsheet, I think, ready to go. So you can see here, it's created the spreadsheet. And if we click on open in numbers, we'll click allow. And let's try this out. Boom. There, right? Just worked perfect. So that was super simple and easy. We created the budget tracker. Didn't take any time at all. If you go back to the downloads folder, let's have a look. You can see what it's doing in the background over here. In the meantime, we'll tee up some other prompts that we can test. So I'm going to say generate a conference presentation, turn this research into engaging slides with speaker notes, right? Or actually, let's try this out. So we're going to say create a 30-day content calendar from the research files in this folder, organized by topic, content type, and audience. So we're going to go back over to code now, and we'll find that research report that we created on Claude CoWork, as you can see. We'll plug this in right here. So it's taking the research it's already done and created, and then it's going to create a 30-day content calendar plan based on that. In the meantime, we've organized our downloads folder. As you can see, it says done. Your downloads folder is now organized. Here's a summary. So videos, images, documents, archives, code. As you can see right here, if we go back to the downloads folder now, boom, there we go. It's all organized, it's all neat and tidy. And that saves me 30 minutes. Now it's creating the research report and generating the 30-day content calendar. I said, what platform should the content calendar cover? I'm going to say Twitter, X, and YouTube to promote the AI Profit Boardroom. And let's see what we get back. Now, in the meantime, whilst that's loading, let's run through some limited beliefs that might be holding you back right here. We've already covered the 30-day plan and the framework. Just to recap on the framework, actually. So this is how you can use CoWork Claude for working on any task. So number one, you want to create a dedicated work folder, right? Because it will just help organize the files that you create. And number two, then it won't have access to your entire computer. It keeps things neat and tidy, right? So you can create one specific folder for each project or task type, right? You put only the files you want Claude to work with in that folder. So for example, like we were working with the downloads folder a second ago, and then we just organize that, right? And the way that you do that is inside the new task bit, you just select which folder you want to deal with right here. Then from there, you want to define the desired outcome, right? So you tell Claude exactly what you want the end result to look like, not the steps, the actual outcome. So for example, I organize these 500 files by client name and date, or turn these 30 screenshots into an Excel report formulas. From there, you're going to let Claude plan and execute, right? So review its plan. If it looks good, approve it, then step away. Claude will work through the task, handle errors, make decisions, and deliver the final result. And then the final step is like review and iterate, right? So check the output. If it's 95%, give Claude quick feedback to fix the remaining 5%. If it's perfect, you're pretty much done. And you can move the finished work to your main filing system. And that's basically how you can build all of these automations, right? So for example, you could automate your downloads, you could organize your receipt screenshots, you could generate client reports, you can batch client files, create content calendars, all sorts of crazy stuff, right? Even like automating invoicing or, for example, creating training materials will be really powerful using this. So let's go back to Claude, see where we're at. There we go. So we've got the content calendar ready to go. Let's open it up, allow, and boom, 30-day content calendar ready to go. So it's, for example, plugged in the day, the platform, what it's going to do, the content type, and then the actual post and topic as well, plus the hook and the target audience as well. And the only thing it has slightly messed this up. So for example, if you look here, it's not put the date, it's put the platform, it's put each column in the one to the left, if that makes sense. So it has failed on this task, really. It's not done it perfectly, but I guess you would just grab all of these, like you can see, and then just paste it in like that, right? That's how you would handle that. But still, just be careful with stuff like that. So it's not 100% perfect. Like I said, it'll get 95% done. And then you just go back and you give your feedback inside here. So you're like, okay, just make sure you organize the columns properly. Something like that, right? But you can see today how we've, for example, organized desktop. We've created websites. We actually wrote a message and then posted it on X. So let's open this up. You can see that post right here that we automated with Claude Cowork. You can research and generate client reports, like you can see. You can create spreadsheets with formulas. You can organize different folders, and you can create like a 30-day content calendar plan. So there's pretty much nothing that you can't automate right here. There's so much potential to this. It's amazing. And also the fact that it just connects to the programs that you want to use, right? So you create a spreadsheet, you open it in Numbers. You create a website, you open it in Antigravity, right? And that way you can just move the project and the files that you've created to the program that you'd normally use to manage that. So let's talk about some limiting beliefs to help you win with Claude Cowork. Number one, people think, I need to be technical to use AI agents. But some people think, AI agents are for developers. I don't know how to code. I can't use these tools without learning programming first. Actually, Cowork, I think, is created for office workers. It's not designed for developers or technical people. And so the entire point of Claude Cowork is that you don't need to be technical. You just describe what you want in plain English. And so it's super easy to manage. Like, you don't touch code, you don't touch the terminal, you don't need to understand how anything works under the hood. You just say what you want done, and Claude figures out how to do it. Top of that, other people say, I'm not comfortable giving Claude access to my files. The way that I would handle that is like, just give it access to the files and the folders that you want, right? So you can basically organize a folder that's separated from everything else. Give Claude only access to that folder. And then that way, it doesn't have access to your entire computer. Other people say AI will make mistakes and I have to fix everything. And the old limiting belief was like AI always mess things up or spend more time fixing Claude's mistakes and just doing the work myself. But actually, Claude Cowork shows you its plan before implementing it. So it lets you course correct mid-task. It produces 90% of the work. And then it saves you a lot of time, even if minor tweaks are needed. So that's basically how to use Claude Cowork and automate anything that you want. And if you want to get access to the video notes from today, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. If you go to the classroom right here, and then you go to January 2026, you'll find all the notes. And I've also added a bonus extra free video inside there just to help you and show you a bit more about what it can do under the hood. And also, if you haven't already, check out our private AI automation community, the AI Profit Boardroom. This is a community of winners who are growing, learning, and winning with AI. We actually have a daily accountability group. So if you're struggling with overwhelm or focus, if you're struggling with getting things done, this is an awesome group for you. Like you can see, we check in daily and we make sure everyone gets their goals implemented, right? Top of that, it's not just me that's winning with AI. You can see all of our members like this, just absolutely crushing it. So for example, like Joe, building out his first NA10 automation. You've got Steve Light doing a 30-day YouTube challenge. And you've got, for example, Clint building out some crazy apps inside Antigravity, right? So legendary members, just loads of people making progress and just implementing and getting results, like you can see. Also, we do 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on these coaching calls, ask any help, get advice, etc., whenever you need it. And inside the classroom here, we actually have a beginner to expert AI agent course. So if you want to learn how to automate your business and go from beginner to expert in just 5 weeks, plus how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, along with my best playbooks. For example, automating emails, automating Twitter, avatar videos, and screen shares, like you see. So you've probably seen my social media content. And also, for example, we teach you how to get more clients for your agency, We show you how to rank #1 inside AI and Google as well. And then we also have our 6-week roadmap for YouTube that shows you how to grow a YouTube channel based on what's working for me. So you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Just go to the link in the comments description or go to aiprofitboardroom.com. Let's see what questions we got here. Agent says, I wanted to build end-to-end working stuff. Please let me know. I tried anti-gravity, but it failed. We'll come on to that in a second, don't worry. And if you're watching on YouTube, I actually have a lot of training on how to use anti-gravity. So you can just watch my videos on how to use this stuff with it. Nasir says, just joined, any recording available? Yep, there'll be a recording inside the AI Profit Boardroom if you want to watch this back. All types of everything. This says, this is going round me now. Yes, scary. Information overload or what? I just don't know where to start or what to do first. So that's a great question. I see a lot of people struggling with that, right? When you join the AI Profit Boardroom, what we actually do is we direct message you and we find out what path you want to take, right? So for example, if you're struggling with focus or if you're struggling with getting clients, whatever your problem is, right? We actually have a full protocol for each part of the journey. And so we have these custom journeys that we guide you through depending on what your situation is. And you can always direct message me if you need help with that, right? But inside the AI Profit Boardroom, we actually have that journey set up so that as soon as a new member joins, we direct message them and we're like, what are you struggling with? Okay, let's give you a custom plan based on that. So I think that's the best way to handle it. Barbara says, I totally get your feelings. It can really seem overwhelming when you just start working out. Slowly and methodically is the way to go. And also say the AI Profit Boardroom is awesome. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate that. And if you're in the AI Profit Boardroom or you're thinking about joining, one of the best things that we actually have inside there is the focus protocol, right? As you can see right here. So if you go to the start here post, or if you just direct message me if you don't already have access, right? And then if you feel overwhelmed, if you want to cut out the noise, if you want something that's step-by-step, we've got a full 6-week course right here. And if you still feel overwhelmed, you can follow my protocol, which is how I stay focused and how I manage this. Bear in mind, like I'm always looking at new updates, new tools, new crazy stuff. I never feel overwhelmed, right? And it's because I have this focus manual that just helps me through it and helps me really figure out, okay, here's what I need to focus on and here's all the stuff that I can avoid and stop being distracted by. Breaking news, there's a brand new update from Claude Code today as they've released Claude Cowork. And this was literally just announced a few hours ago. Claude introducing Cowork, Claude Code for the rest of your work. Cowork lets you complete non-technical tasks much like how developers use Claude Code. So you can see, for example, here, you can create files. You can actually operate this locally. You can use it for local files. You can see the super messy desktop, as you can see, and then you can actually get Claude to organize your desktop and figure out, okay, what are the files, what does it look like, etc. Let's have a look at this in action. So if we pull this up, for example, you can see that's a CLAUDE desktop. And then I'll actually analyze, okay, you've got 70 project code folders, 20 screenshots, 35 photos, 18 video files, 25 text documents, blah, 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 right? And it's like, how would you like me to organize this? And then it can actually move and edit the desktop, like you can see, kind of like you would do with a mouse, but why are you clicking buttons anymore, right? You can use this as a virtual assistant to organize minor tasks like this. So it's pretty amazing. You can also see here, for example, once you've set a task, Claude makes a plan and steadily completes it, looping you in along the way. Claude will ask before taking any significant actions, so you can course correct as needed. You also got Claude here can use your existing connectors, which is pretty cool. So if you've never seen Claude connectors, let me pull this up for you, for example. And you can see here that you can pull up these connectors here, and you can plug in different apps and different tools. So for example, you could have Gmail in there or Google Drive, whatever. So that's pretty amazing. And you can also pair Cowork with Claude in Chrome for tasks that need browser access. So basically what that means is like you can use the desktop version of Claude, but you can actually control your Chrome agent, which is this one over here. So for example, this can actually operate and control my Chrome browser, and it's pretty simple and easy. So you can see here, Cowork is available as a research preview for Claude Mac subscribers in the Mac OS app. Click on Cowork in the sidebar, right? And then you just download the app like you can see right here, right? So this is a desktop app you can start using with Cowork directly, which is pretty amazing. We'll take a look at this in more detail in a second. And here's the announcement on the website. When we released Claude Code, we expected developers to use it for coding. They did, and then quickly began using it for almost everything else, right? So you can see some examples here of how people are using it. Claude is successfully keeping a plant alive, for example. Here it's using it to vibe knit, right? It can do all sorts of crazy stuff. Like it can link to offline things as well, which is pretty amazing. Or it can link to physical things inside the real world, right? Now, if we go back here and we keep scrolling through,
This prompted us to build CoWork, a simpler way for anyone, not just developers, to work with Claude Code in the very same way. CoWork is available today as a research preview for Claude Max subscribers. Claude Max, by the way, is like the top plan for Claude, and it's the most expensive one, but it saves you 30 hours a month. It's worth it. All right, so how is using CoWork different from a regular conversation? In CoWork, you give Claude access to a folder of your choosing on your computer. Claude can then read, edit, or create files in that folder. It can, for example, reorganize your downloads by sorting and renaming each file, which is great, to be honest, because if you look at my downloads, it is a total mess, right? Like, it's just packed with different files from different live streams and that sort of thing. So we can test this out in a second and see how it goes. And then you can see in CoWork, Claude completes work like this with much more agency than you'd see in a regular conversation. Once you've set it a task, Claude will make a plan to steadily complete it while looping you in on what it's up to. Let's just have a look and just see how it goes, all right? So there should be a CoWork option. We're on the max plan here. So it should be chat and CoWork. I can't see it. I'm on the max plan. Might have to just update Claude to get that working. Let's see. Boom, here we go. All right, one task, multiple agents, better work. Let's try it out. So CoWork puts parallel agents to work on your local files and tools, give Claude complex tasks, check in when you want, and come back to working prototypes, polish docs, and organize files. Just to be clear here, that was super annoying because Claude, they don't tell you to update. So what you want to do is, if you've got the old version of Claude, but you're on the max plan and you can't see CoWork, right? Go to Claude in the top left and then go for check for updates. And then you need to restart it and update it. If you don't, and they don't tell you this, but if you don't, then you won't have it. All right. So let's click on try CoWork now. Just to note that agentic AI can put data at risk. So they've mentioned that inside here. So just be careful with this. And now we have CoWork, right? So you can see at the top, we have chat, code, and CoWork. Now we can actually link this to different things locally. So we're going to try this out and have a go. And you can see here, it says setting up Claude's workspace, and then it's got a percentage bar on the right. So that should be sorted out right now. And they've said CoWork is an early research preview. So let's see what we got. Let's knock something off the list. And then you've got some ideas. So for example, you could create a file, organize files, crunch data, prep for the day, send a message, or make a prototype. All right. And then you've got artifacts over here. You got progress, and you have context. So it's kind of like a local virtual assistant that controls your browser. Now, this is interesting because I've tried stuff, for example, like the MCPs. If you've ever seen that for, let's pull this up. Control Chrome is one of the MCPs that we've used previously. Apple Script was another one that could connect Claude to searching your local files and that sort of thing. But I think CoWork is probably a lot easier and a lot simpler to use. So let's just have a look at my desktop. Is it messy? Is it not messy? Let's have a look. All right, we're going to just move some stuff over here. Move that over there. We'll move this over there. And we'll try and get Claude to just manage our desktop. All right. So if we go over here, we're going to go to CoWork and we'll say, okay, work in a folder. And we'll choose the desktop. So we'll select that as a folder. And then it says, allow Claude to change files in desktop. This includes all files and subfolders, blah, blah, blah. We're going to click always allow. And then from here, we're going to say, okay, organize my desktop for me. Now, I'm interested to see how this goes. Now, we can also resize this so it can just work on the side, if that makes sense. So you can see how, I think that's a much nicer view. You know, if you're running this locally and you want to see the actual files and that sort of thing, then you could just have it at the bottom like that and give it commands, or you could have it at the top like that, right? And then it actually creates a plan. So it's like, I can see your desktop has 40 screenshots accumulated over the past week or so. Before I organize them, let me ask you how you'd like this done, right? It says, how would you like me to organize screenshots? By date folders, single, and it's actually got a recommended option there, which is cool. Then you've got single screenshots folder, you've got delete, and it will actually skip if you don't. So I'm just going to go with date folders, and we'll see if it can organize this. So what it should do is just take all of the files here, and then I think it'll put them into folders that are organized by date, right? So let's see what we got. If you actually click away as well, Claude will just go to the side, and then you can just reopen it like that, which is pretty nice. And there we go, boom. Nicely organized. TT Gator says, I'm glad you're showing this. I was just about to upgrade to the max plan. Good to see you here. I'm glad you found us. I actually looked on YouTube earlier to see if anyone had talked about it, and there was only one single video from Anthropic so far. I guess it's just brand new, so I'm one of the first on it, which is great. That feels good. All right, so we've got the screenshots over here. And we've got a much tidier desktop, right? So if we minimize this, you can see, okay, everything's neatly organized. It's sorted by date. Can you imagine trying to do that yourself, right? You'd have to like click on a new folder, type the date, keep the format of the date name the same each time, and then move each file individually without making any errors into each folder, right? It would just be super messy. Now, if we go inside this screenshot, you can see, for example, we've got the screenshots for each folder, and now our desktop is super tidy. All right. I wonder if I can just tell Claude to delete all my screenshots. Before we do that, you can see here it says done. Your desktop is now organized. Here's what I did. It's like before 40 screenshots cluttering your desktop. Now 7 tidy folders organized by date. Right? And it's like, here's a folder, here's a screenshot. Your desktop should now look much cleaner. It even tells me how many screenshots are in each folder, which is pretty cool. So on January the 12th, I went screenshot mad and started creating loads of screenshots. But yeah, that's basically how it goes, right? So let's say, okay, delete all the folders plus files. And then we're going to go from there. So we'll delete all the folders and screenshots, and boom. Like magic, they have disappeared, my friends. So it works better than I expected. Usually when these things come out, you think it's going to be a bit messy or it'll mess a few things up or whatever, but so far so good, to be honest with you. You can also create artifacts and then you can check them out over here. So we might check that out in a second. And you can see, okay, we're in this selected folder. Now, if we start a new task, right, and it keeps the history of your tasks on the left-hand side and says these tasks run locally and aren't synced across devices. So it's something to bear in mind. What we can also do over here is we could, for example, prep for the day. So you could say, okay, help me prepare for this meeting, blah, 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 ask any clarifying questions and share a plan of how you'd approach this task. You can also, for example, what else can you do here? You can actually send a message, email replies, create a file. Let's see, create a file about Claude Cowork. So we'll say, okay, create a file that's a report about Claude Cowork and the many use cases of it for the AI Profit Boardroom. Ask any clarifying questions and share a plan of how you'll approach this task. What I've actually created is a full guide to Claude Cowork. It's inside the AI Success Lab, which is completely free, and this connects you with 45,500 people. So inside the AI Success Lab, you can see all the posts right here inside the community, how it works, etc. But if you go to the classroom and then you go to January 2026, you can see that we have a full video tutorial on how to use this. Plus, we've got all the relevant resources, right? So if you want to see the official links, etc., you can get them all over here. Right? Then what I've done is created an introduction of what it is, how it works, etc. And I've also created a custom framework to help you learn this stuff, right? So if you really want to master Claude Cowork, you can see the automation framework. And if we ask ourselves, okay, what makes Claude Cowork different from everyone else? Let's sum up the use cases, right? Every AI tool you've used so far works like this. You ask a question, AI gives you an answer, you copy it, you paste it somewhere, and you repeat 50 times. Claude Cowork works like this, right? So you give it a task, it makes a plan, it implements it, and then it actually controls your actual computer whilst you're doing this, right? And for example, let's say you have 45 receipts scattered across your desktop. What you could do is you could create a folder and drop all your screenshots into it. And then you could tell Cowork, okay, create an expense spreadsheet from these receipts with date, vendor, amount, and category. Walk away, come back. You save about 2 hours every month doing that. I've actually got a prompt for you to use inside the AI Success Lab. I've actually got a 30-day plan on real use cases just like that so that you can implement this stuff yourself, right? And on top of that, what I've also included is over 100 prompts on exactly how to use this, right? But there's so many different use cases. You could use this, for example, for business operations, like organizing folders into logical categories and renaming files, right? Based on the content, creating nice spreadsheets for receipts and vendors and that sort of thing, drafting professional proposals, right? Turning scattered notes into a comprehensive report, content creation prompts. You've got, for example, lead generation ideas, right? That you could use, customer service prompts, etc. Like you can use this across your whole business and it's very practical, right? And it actually works like you've seen today. So if you want to get all of that inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description or just ask for Julian Goldie's AI Success Lab directly inside ChatGPT and you get the answers. We're going to go back to Claude now. Let's see what we got. So here we go. It's going to ask some questions. And then we're going to be like, yeah, just begin. Just get started on that. All right. Now, you can also see that inside Claude Cowork, you can link MCPs, right? So, for example, we've got Notebook LM MCP, Control Chrome, Claude in Chrome, Browser MCP, Apple, Script XQ as well. So you can combine Claude Cowork with the power of your MCPs as well. And then I think you can have multiple different chats running at the same time too. So we'll see what it does now by creating the report. So it's got this to-do list it's working through, and it's got the progress at the top, right? So you can see where it's up to. So for example, once it's completed the tasks like we did on the other chat here, you can see we've got the progress and it's ticked off in the top right. Somebody asked, is this not just Claude Code with a UI? So actually Claude Code with a UI came out last week inside the desktop app for Claude. So you can use Claude now, right, on the desktop. And then if you go to code over here, you can use Claude Code, right? But the problem is that inside Claude Code, it's not really that useful for, I don't know what you call them, but people who don't use AI normally, right? It's not that useful. Whereas, for example, inside Cowork, this basically is a lot more user-friendly. It actually controls your laptop and all the files inside it. And then also it's designed, I would say, kind of like Claude Code, but it's designed for normal people, right? For people who don't use AI or are non-technical and that sort of thing. And so I assume that really what Claude is trying to do here is capture the market of non-technical people who are not using AI right now because there's a big barrier to using it, right? Because if they can just load this up, use it on the desktop, and they've built the habit of using this, then essentially you've got virtual assistants and day-to-day people who are 10 times more powerful, right? So we've created the report over here. So it said, done, I've created a 6-page report for the AI Profit Boardroom. Let's click on View Report. We'll allow that. There we go. X off that. And then we'll open this up in Pages. Let's open up the guide. Boom. There we go. And so what it's done here is it's actually created a report on Claude Cowork, right? But it's customized it to the AI Profit Boardroom community, which is my AI automation community. Link in the comments and description. And then you can see here, for example, it's talked about a comprehensive guide to AI-powered productivity. Okay? And so let's go full screen on this bad boy. It says here, Claude, blah, blah, blah. Here's the introduction. Here's what it works. Here's how you can do it. And then it said, for AI Profit Boardroom members, this means dramatically reduced time on routine tasks, professional quality outputs without specialized software knowledge, and the ability to delegate multi-step projects to AI. Actually does the work rather than describing how to do it. That's one of the biggest one of the biggest differences here is it can actually begin to control your screen. It can control your desktop. It's only going to be a matter of time before it can control your Chrome. And it can control your Chrome in some ways, your Google Chrome and your browser, but it's not that smooth. It's not as smooth as Claude Cowork, right? And so I think give it 6 months and this will be able to do most of the tasks that virtual assistants could do. No problem. Whether that's, for example, let's say that's like answering messages inside my community. Maybe it's, for example, posting tweets. And for example, you could create new systems and you just say to Claude, okay, go off and implement this in the same way that you give it to a normal assistant. But the difference here is Claude Code can do it in the background instantly, whereas a virtual assistant, they might take days off, weekends off, they get sick, they get tired, they forget what to do, or they don't know how to do something. And so AI is just a lot more efficient in that way, right? So you can see here the key differentiators, right? Actual action, secure environment, file system access, professional outputs, right? So it can create Word documents, PowerPoint presentations, Excel spreadsheets, PDFs, more with proper formatting and styling, like you can see in this document right here, right? And this whole document was researched, created. It's even got a nice little header at the top here, formatted properly, and it's better than a report. If I asked my team to create a report on Claude Code Cowork, it might take them maybe a whole day. Then there'd be mistakes inside the content. It probably wouldn't be as in-depth as this, and it wouldn't be as actionable and practical. So in many ways, like this is actually better than a virtual assistant at this point. And bear in mind, this is the worst the technology will ever be. So yeah, that's basically the whole report. So far, just to recap, we have organized files on our desktop. We've deleted all the files on our desktop. We created a full research report inside Claude Cowork as well on a brand new update that literally just came out today, right? And then we've, for example, organized our to-do lists. We hosted the file offline on a desktop. And this is the first time I've used it. Nothing is broken, right? There's no bugs, there's no errors. It just seems to work perfectly first time around. Pretty amazing. Now, some people would say, oh, you could do this with MCPs previously and blah, 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 right? One of the problems with the MCPs, number one, is quite difficult to set up, right? You're not going to get like an average person who doesn't understand how to use AI to set up MCPs. There's no way, right? So this comes built in. And then number two, like the UI itself is much nicer, right? So like previously I would use something like AppleScript MCP, which could control my browser locally or control my desktop files locally. But one of the biggest issues with that was like, it's not going to organize it in this way, right? It's not going to plan out a progress and to-do lists. It's not going to host the artifacts locally. It's not going to have all this context and that sort of thing. So I think they're just making it easier for normal people who don't use AI to actually start using and building with AI. And bear in mind, like the easier it is, just like ChatGPT, the more people use it, right? The less friction there is, the easier it is to understand, the better. So let's try something else now. So we've got make a prototype here, right? So it says make a prototype that demonstrates your idea, ask any clarifying questions, and share a plan of how you approach this, right? So let's see, for example, we're going to say, okay, make a prototype of a new website for the AI Profit Boardroom, right? Which is my AI automation community. So we're going to take that and start building this out. Now it's going to ask for a bunch of questions. And the interesting thing here is it will ask you questions, but it will actually skip that if you don't reply, right? So for example, if I don't reply to this, it will skip it eventually. So we're going to say it's a membership community. The primary goal equals direct sales. Visual tone. So we'll go with, for example, bold and energetic. And then it's like what key sections you want. And then also, I'm just going to grab some information from the arprofitboarding.com. This is the old website for this. And then we'll select this as a new website, right? So I'm just going to say, here's more information about the AI Profit Boardroom. And we'll go from there. Now, it's creating this to-do list on the right-hand side. So for example, create an AI Profit website prototype, building the hero section, building problem and solution sections, and building features with value stacks, plus a bunch of other stuff too. So again, like just to recap, Anthropic's new co-work feature brings autonomous power of its Claude code, right, to everyday office workers. So that's who they're targeting. It's like everyday people who don't already know or understand how to use AI. Bear in mind, this will probably come to phone as well, right? It's not just going to be on a desktop. So the other crazy thing here is, and this is a great question by Signal, which is how did Anthropic beat ChatGPT to this? Like, why can't, ChatGPT, why is it not doing the same thing? So it's actually created this now. And this is quite interesting as well. So you see here, it says so it's created the files, right? So here's what's included. Here's what you get, etc. You can view it over here. So you can actually view the prototype, right? And this is the new website. Now, what's interesting here as well is it links directly to your program. So whatever your default is, like for mine, for example, it's anti-gravity to open these up, these projects. You can open it inside your default IDE, right? Which is pretty cool. So now you can, for example, like prototype a project locally with Claude Cowork, and then you can open it up inside anti-gravity and add the finishing touches. So let's open this up inside anti-gravity now. We'll test it out. All right, so this is the project, and then we're just going to open this up. So I'm going to go inside here and say, open this up. And the crazy thing will be like if normal office workers can now create their own SaaS or mini apps on the go or websites without understanding or knowing how to code or even knowing how to use AI properly, then imagine like the reach of, and also just general AI agents. And then also imagine, okay, how does this impact things? For example, jobs, what people do day to day, the need to hire people when you can just get Claude to do stuff in the background. Like this wipes out a lot of admin work. There's a lot of like office workers who are just clicking buttons, and this kind of wipes them out. So it's really crazy when you think about it. So it's going to start running this now. I actually really like the design and the UI inside Claude here. So you can see it as an example here, and you can actually open it up as well. So you've got the file. You can show it in Finder here. Also, bear in mind, this is created it as a JSX file, right? So if you're coding out a website locally, I'd recommend using something like CSS, HTML. That's probably going to be better and easier to host that locally. Whereas now it's got to set up the whole environment for this file to run. But if you do want to just preview it before running it inside your IDE, then you can go back to Claude and just check it out right here. I'm actually going to go back to Claude here, and I'm just going to say, okay, create this in HTML plus CSS instead. Now, whilst that's creating the new list and the new files, as you can see here. Let's run through some things where most people fall down, because a lot of like people implementing this, particularly solopreneurs who need to introduce AI into their business, they fail because they believe the wrong things when it comes to AI. So let's fix that now, right? So some people want to say, I'm not technical enough to do this, but here's what actually matters. A chef doesn't need to know how a stove works at the molecular level. They just need to know, turn the dial, heat goes up. And AI is the same, right? You don't need to understand machine learning. You just need to know, okay, give clear instructions and get results. Think about when you first used a smartphone. It seemed complicated. Now you don't even think about it. And I think cowork is the same. Like day one, it feels new. Day 7, it feels natural. And day 30, you're like, how did I ever even work without this? So AI responds to like clear communication, not technical knowledge. If you can describe what you want, AI can build it. The barrier really isn't like technical skill. It's just clear thinking in terms of what you want. So let's go back and see where we're at. And there we go. So you can see now the page is hosted with anti-gravity. It looks super nice, right? The UI is super nice there. So just bear in mind, like if you create this locally, it's got to set up the environment. That might take a few minutes. But then in the background, anti-gravity, which is a free tool, can actually host and preview the artifact, as you can see right here. So if we go to Google Chrome, you can see the page right here. Let's just check if the buttons at the top actually work. Yeah, they do. And now we have a beautiful page for our website, right? Pretty nice. And if we actually go to the AIprofitboarding.com, this is like my old version, right? And it looks okay, but it's not that nice, right? This is the new version and it looks way nicer, right? How much nicer does this look? Now, let's say, for example, you wanted to go from here to deploying it with AI, right? So you've built this project with Claude, you've plugged it into anti-gravity, and then from here, you want to deploy it, right? So what you can actually do is you can go inside the chat here, and you can say, okay, deploy this to Netlify using the Netlify MCP, right? I've got loads of training on this inside the AI Success Lab if you haven't already checked it out. But basically, this can actually use Netlify to use the MCP and deploy it, right? So if we go to MCP servers, just make sure you have Netlify switched on, which we've got it installed. Then you're going to go back to the agent and say, deploy this with Netlify MCP. And what it would do is actually take this and then deploy it to a subdomain automatically on Netlify, which means that we can share the URL, and also the URL is live from our project. So just to recap here, what have we done? We've used Claude Cowork to organize our desktop, create reports around brand new topics like Claude Cowork with physical actual files locally that we can just open up in Pages. We've built out websites, we've organized our files, deleted files, etc. And we've done this all just directly inside the UI from Cowork. Pretty amazing. We've also switched that from JSX to HTML so that it's easier to preview the file as well. For example, here, if we scroll down, we've actually got the HTML file. And then if we open this up, we don't even need to create a separate environment for this. It's now ready to go. And we've just plugged that into a HTML file ready to upload and host, as you can see. And you don't need to be technical to do any of this. We've already covered that. Now you can see here, for example, it's deployed the website AI Profit Boardroom and the design from Claude directly here using Netlify MCP. So if we click on live URL, open it up, boom, shakalaka, right? We've now just, for example, created a full website. We've designed it into a beautiful page and we've deployed it on a subdomain, right? So for example, if I open this up in a new incognito tab, there we go, right? That's ready to share, that sort of thing. And if you want to host it on a subdomain, an actual custom domain, then you could do that inside the Netlify as well. So I could say I'm going to try this. I've never tried this, but we'll try saying to anti-gravity, okay, use my custom domain, AIprofitboardroom.com, to host this on Netlify, right? Replacing the old files. And also, we need to make sure the button here goes through to the AI Profit Boardroom community sign-up page, like you can see. So I'm just going to take that and say, okay, also make the buttons click through to funnel traffic to this page. There we go. All right, so let's just recap on some use cases here. You can organize your desktop plus local files, right? That's number one. Number two, you can delete files. quickly. It's completely no code, so it's just plain English. Equals anyone can use this. You can build out reports based on the newest plus latest stuff. Then create local files for this, like we did with the Claude Cowork report, which we've got down here. And then also you can build out SaaS, landing pages, games, etc. locally. And you can host the projects easily with anti-gravity plus the Netlify MCP to deploy your projects, right? And so literally, this is pretty amazing what you can do. Check this out, right? We're just gonna go here, and then you can see, okay, it's made the changes. So take a screenshot. Might take a little minute to deploy this. Whilst we're deploying the new version of the site to the new custom domain, let's go back to Claude and see what else we can do here. So if we X off that, we can now start a new task. We can crunch data, right? So you can, for example, like research and analyze the topic, and then from there, start getting AI to do tasks. But I think you can do that already. I don't see what's different between that and the normal one. Let's see. Okay. So I'm going to say research and analyze Claude Cowork. And we'll try that. And then we'll do a new task here. See if we can run two tasks side by side as well. So for example, here we shall click on send a message. Help me write a message about Claude Cowork, asking a clarification, blah, blah, blah. We'll try that. See if we can get it to make a slide deck for us. All right, so this is working side by side. So we've got the research slide deck over here. And then we also have the announcement for Claude Cowork that we're creating right here. So I'm going to say, okay, yes, go ahead. And then inside here, we've got the new version. I'm going to say, okay, do this for AI Profit Boardroom community members. By the way, if you have any questions or you're watching live and you want to see me test something out, just let me know in the comments. Happy to help and check for you. So here it's created a few announcements. Let's see if we can get it to send the message. And from here, we'll just add a connector. So I think we can connect Gmail to this. Let's see if we can send emails for us. All right, so now we've connected Gmail inside Claude Code. If we go back here to Cowork, we'll say, okay, email the message to juliangoldie@gmail.com. And we'll just make sure our connectors are added here. So we should have Gmail connected. See if we can use that. Look at that. You can't send emails directly. Okay. But it does say, if you have the Claude for Chrome extension enabled, I can help you navigate. Okay. So I'm going to say post on X then using Claude for Chrome. So if we go back to Chrome over here, it's opening up a new Claude Chrome, as you can see. Now it's navigating to X, and you can see the browser is using, the agent is using the browser. You can see by the orange outline. You have to allow a lot of permissions here. That's the only annoying thing. But if you click on always allow, that should fix it. And then it should take the message from Claude Cowork and plug it into X. Let's see. Yes, it's writing it out right now. You can see the agent rolling my screen. Pretty nice. Bear in mind, you can have this running in the background, right? So you could say, okay, tweet out 10 things about Claude Code. And then inside the desktop, it just goes off and tweets them for you in the background. And let's see where we're up to. You should have just clicked post, but I don't know why I did that. It said I can see the post button is ready. Yeah, I'm going to say yes. Post this. And then we'll see what it does. And there we go, my friends. There we go. So just to recap on that workflow, basically what we did here is we said, help me write a message about Claude Cowork, ask any clarifying questions, share a plan of how you approach it, right? Then from there, it gave us 3 options for the message. And I did ask it to email, but it can't email, right? But it can use Claude Chrome. and therefore it can operate directly on the screen, your Claude Chrome, your emails, etc. Right? And then I've said post on X using Claude for Chrome, and it just went off and did that. Now, that's an actual task that I got my team to do yesterday. For example, for them, what they do is they operate a Claude project, they upload videos to X, and then they include the post from Claude project. But I think eventually you're going to get to the point where you can just get Claude to do that for you, right? There's no need to have a person working 3 hours a day doing that, right? So this is really the future. I think this is where things are going. You can see how to pretty much automate anything. It's posted the tweet here. It even found the link for us as well. And there were no real issues along this way as well. I expected Claude Cowork to be very buggy today, but it's actually been working perfectly. Now it's also creating the presentation, so we can check that out in a second. You can see here it's creating the files in CSS, and then it'll actually create an article that we can check out in a second. So it's creating the PowerPoint slides, and we'll come back to that in a minute. You can also see here it's using web search, which is great. So it's using those connectors to build this, and we've used Opus 4.5 to actually create this. Whilst you're waiting as well, you'll get like the breakdown of what it's doing and that sort of thing. Honestly, I think if they want to reach non-technical people, then they should probably remove those bits because it's like just a bit confusing for people, but there you go. So it's creating these files and then beginning to create the presentation. Abdul asks, what's the name of the files or the program that we use to host and create the project for the website? That was Google Anti-Gravity, right? Google Anti-Gravity. If you search on YouTube or you check out the AI Success Lab, I have like loads of courses and training on how to use this, but it's a free tool by Google that allows you to basically code and build anything out. So now we have the presentation ready, as you can see. So this is the slide deck. Here's a summary. Here's all the information about it, etc. It's actually broken down the design approach. So for example, it's gone for professional but modern, clear visual hierarchy. Here's the colors it's used. Here's the file location. Here's the sources used. And then we actually want to be able to open this up. I thought it would give you a program to open this up with, but I'll just say open this up. Now it's navigating to Google Slides. And it's going to open up Google Slides and then create a blank presentation and upload the PowerPoint file to it. So let's see what it does here. It seems to be struggling with that. Now it's uploading the files. I'm actually just gonna, to be honest, if that's, is that the presentation it's created? I'd be pretty disappointed if it created that presentation. You can see the files here. It's struggling to actually use it inside the browser. So you can see it's trying to upload something, but it's not really sure what to do. But right now, honestly, it seems like it struggles with presentations. There's no way a normal person would just use that day to day. I think if you compare this to something like GenSpark or Manus AI that can create like really beautiful presentations, even for example, like Claude Inside Artifacts directly on Chrome can create better presentations than this. Wilty says, which platform do you use to create the best websites? These days, usually Anti-Gravity I tend to find is like the best. I tend to find like that creates the nicest. Yeah. And this actually can't do the job. So it's actually struggled with that. Honestly, the presentation looks pretty bad anyway. So I think for presentations, that's the first time I've seen it really fall down. I'm going to stop that test there. Yeah. So it totally failed on the presentation stuff. Don't use it for presentations. That's pretty much it. That is exactly how to use Claude Cowork as you've seen today, showing you how to create files, crunch data, make a prototype, organize files, deploy files, create websites, create projects, etc. You get the power of Claude, but you get it inside local tool, as you can see. Super easy to use. It can even, for example, post tweets for you and that sort of thing. It can control your browser, control your laptop and everything else. And it's super powerful. Plus, it's quite easy to use, right? Like the actual UI is much nicer than using something like Claude Code, which is a bit more technical. I think Claude is much easier, much chill to use. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all the video notes from today, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments and description. So you can see, for example, you get all the video notes from today, video tutorial, you get the Cowork automation framework, a 30-day plan on how to implement this with prompts so you can just copy and paste. Additionally, you get over 100 prompts that you can use, so 100 use cases for Claude Cowork that would help you today. And then I just want to run through some more of the limited beliefs that might be holding people back, all right? So some people will say, for example, AI will make mistakes and create more work. I think the real risk is like continuing to do everything manually. Like that's guaranteed to keep you and your team overwhelmed. So yeah, like AI makes mistakes earlier on. Like for example, today, like it totally messed up the presentation, but it did everything else pretty well. So it did like the 80-20 of the task. And like we all made mistakes when we started our business. So I think the difference here is like AI actually learns faster than humans. And once you correct it, it's going to remember that forever. Okay. So like a solopreneur using Cowork will spend like 30 minutes, but save 4 hours of work. That's the sort of thing. So the new empowering belief really is like AI mistakes decrease over time with feedback, whereas manual work errors stay constant because humans get tired. The other thing here as well is setting this up will take forever. Actually, it just took us like 5 minutes to do today. It was pretty easy and simple. The hardest bit was just figuring out how to update Claude so that we could restart it using this. But here's the truth, is that you're already spending time doing the work manually. Setting up automation is just reorganizing that time. And so that instead of doing the task 100 times manually, you spend that same time teaching AI to do it once, and then it works forever, right? So for example, writing 50 social media posts manually, that's going to save you 10 hours per month, right? Whereas setting up a content repurposing system, that might take 2 hours once, right? And so you save many hours doing this, right? And most solopreneurs spend more time thinking about whether they have to automate it rather than just doing it, right? That's the main thing. And the setup time here is like something that you can set up as a system and then it pays you back immediately. So the question isn't, do I have to automate? It's, can I afford to keep doing this manually, right? Other people say, I need fancy tools and subscriptions. Really, you just need Cowork. That's it. You need Cowork and clear instructions. The 30-day plan shows you the best ways to do this. And most solopreneurs are already paying for tools they don't use properly anyway. So Cowork makes the tools that you have already work harder. It's not about adding more tools. It's about using what you have systematically. So systems beat tools every time. And a few tools used strategically outperform dozens of tools used randomly. So focus on system design, not tool collection. Other people say, my business is too unique for AI. And I think every solopreneur thinks this. Then they try AI and realize the what you do might be unique, but how you do it follows patterns. So every business, for example, needs customers, answers questions, delivers value, collects payments, right? Follows up. And those are universal things. So AI can automate universal patterns in unique context. Your expertise stays unique, but the repetitive implementation gets automated, right? And so the new empowering belief really here is your unique expertise stays yours, right? But AI handles the repetitive clicking of buttons that exists in every business. And you stay unique where it matters and automate where it doesn't. Other people say, I want to wait until Cowork AI gets better. But the thing is, whilst you wait, your competitors are learning. They're automating. They're getting faster and cheaper. They're taking your market share and your customers. And AI is already good enough for you to transform your business today. It will get better for sure. Like it only gets better. But waiting means falling behind. And so the solopreneurs and the business owners winning right now aren't waiting for perfect. They're starting with good enough and improving, right? So early adopters win. AI is good enough now to create massive leverage, and waiting for better means watching competitors pull ahead whilst you stay stuck. Other people say this only works for big companies, and I would say actually the opposite is true, because big companies, they have bureaucracy, they have all these systems, they have resistance to change. Whereas if you're a small business owner, you can move really fast. You can test, implement, and optimize today, right? Whereas big companies will take months for approval just for a test. So you have the advantage here. AI basically democratizes capabilities that used to require huge teams. And now one person with great systems can compete with 10-person teams. The new empowering belief really is like being small is your advantage, right? You can implement faster, adjust quicker, and compete with much larger businesses because AI removes the team size advantage, right? As you've seen today, we already automated social media. We already automated reports. We built our website. Like, how long does it take a big enterprise to change their website, right? Maybe months, maybe years, something like that. We did it in like a couple of clicks of a button, for example. Other people say, I'll lose the personal touch. But let's separate two things. Tasks that require your unique personality, you keep doing them. Tasks that follow a process, you automate them, right? So Cowork is not going to reply to customer complaints for you, but it will draft options so you can respond faster. It doesn't replace your judgment, but it gives you more time for the things that require judgment. And the personal touch comes from having time and energy to actually be personal. So when you're overwhelmed doing busy work because you haven't used AI, you can't be personal. And so the way that I look at this is automation gives you more time to be personal where it matters. You can't give your personal attention when you're drowning in tasks. Systems free you up to focus on relationships. Other people say, I need to do everything else to maintain quality. And this belief really keeps people stuck. Doing everything yourself doesn't maintain quality. It ensures mediocrity across everything because you're spread too thin. And so when you automate the routine stuff, you have energy for the high value work. And that's where real quality comes from. Quality comes from focus, not from doing everything. Automate the routine so you can focus deeply on what requires your highest level thinking. That's where real quality is created, right? And other people say learning co-work will take away from my business growth. I actually think that's backwards. So not learning this is what's preventing growth, right? Every hour you spend on tasks AI could handle is an hour not spent on growth, right? And the solopreneurs staying stuck are the ones too busy to build systems. So the main goal that I'd recommend here is like learning AI automation is growth. Every system you build is a system that compounds. And the time you spend building systems today returns multiple times in capacity tomorrow, right? So that's the way you want to look at it. So thanks so much for watching. You can get all the video notes from today inside the AI Success Lab, along with the 30-day plan, the framework, and all my latest trainings, right? And you'll get connected to 45,500 people. This is inside the AI Success Lab. If you can't find it, just Google it. If you can't Google it, ask ChatGPT. And if you go to the classroom here, go to January part 2, you can see the Claude co-work update details here, along with a video tutorial, all of the relevant resources, the framework for using this, the 30-day plan, and over 100 prompts on exactly how to use this, plus the limiting beliefs that might be holding you back and how to change them. On top of that, you also get all of my latest trainings. So we actually update this pretty much daily, and it's a free group, but it's better than most people's paid stuff. And you can see all the cool stuff you get inside here, right? And then if you want to connect with me personally, if you want to be able to direct message me for help and support, if you want to join a community of winners, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside the AI Profit Boardroom, what we actually do is we have a daily accountability group so that you avoid all the overwhelm and all the shiny object syndrome. You list your goals for the day, and then we check in and we make sure you actually do it, right? It's an amazing group that just helps you get stuff done. On top of that, inside the win section, you can see people winning with this stuff, right? It's not just me, right? For example, Steve is doing a 30-day YouTube channel challenge. Shout out to Cindy, right? You can see, for example, Joe got his first win within 7 days of being in the AI Profit Boardroom and created his first NA10 automation, right? So there's so many people winning with this. And if you join a community of 2,100 people learning, growing, improving, and helping each other with AI, is that going to help you get better? Is that going to help you grow your business? 100%, right? Plus, you get the network and you get to connect with awesome people. On top of that, inside the calendar here, you can jump on coaching calls. So if you need help and support in real time, jump on the coaching calls, ask any questions, get involved, meet the community, and seek support when you need it. And if you can't make the calls, no problem. You can actually watch them back inside the classroom here. Now, we also have this 6-week masterclass that takes you from complete beginner to expert in just 5 weeks with AI, and you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, you'll get my best playbooks on how to automate AI avatar videos, how to automate AI screen share tutorials, how to automate shorts, newsletter automations, Twitter automations, how to automate your emails, etc. All the stuff that I use within my own business. Additionally, you will get the agency course that shows you how to get more clients and grow your agency or freelancing business. You get all of our best SOPs. You get the AI SEO automations that help you rank #1 with GEO, with AI SEO. And this is all based on stuff that's working for me. So for example, if we have a look over the last 3 months, you can see our rankings for this website just going up, and we're applying the same processes that we teach inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And additionally, you'll get a 6-week roadmap on how to grow a YouTube channel based on what's working for me as well. So you can get that all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and description. If you want to see more details on that, you can actually see some details on it right here. But yeah, today we're going to be looking at Ralph Claude Code, which is basically like a powerful way to create an infinite loop and just let your agents run an autopilot and just autonomously go off, cycle through, and create stuff. For example, normally, if you're inside Claude Code, let me show you an example. So if you're inside Claude Code here, and you've got something that you're creating, right? It's not just going to run off in the background. Like, it's going to require a lot of back and forth. You're going to have to go off and reply to it. It's going to be super annoying, etc. And it takes a long time as well, right? So what you can actually do is if you open up Ralph Claude instead, then you can allow this to just autonomously run on an infinite loop until it improves stuff. The other cool thing about using this AI agent with Claude is it can track progress, but it can repeat stuff until the project is complete. So it never gets stuck, right? It's just an agent running in the background for hours and hours until it finally gets stuff done. And as an example of this, you can see a tweet from Kazala here. It says, this Ralph thing is insane. It took me months to develop the second runtime to generate this, whereas Claude with Ralph just ran with the task. And when they woke up in the morning, after a few iterations, it solved all the issues, right? And this is the power of Ralph Claude. Like, loads of people are raving about it, but a lot of people don't know how to set this up yet. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do this, right? So what we can do here is we can grab the GitHub likes, and then we can just set up a new folder. So let's add a new folder here. All right, so we'll call that Ralph. And then inside Claude Code, this is by the way, this is a free program, right? You can use it for free. We're going to open up the folder that we just created. So we'll open up Ralph here. We're going to say, okay, open this up. We trust that. And then inside Claude Code, which you could run inside the desktop, by the way, there was a new update inside Claude this week where if you go to Claude Desktop, then you go to the code section at the top, so you can switch between chat and code. You can run Claude Code inside Claude Desktop right here. See how, for example, I have to allow everything when Claude Code is running. With Ralph, it just runs off on autopilot. So we'll come back to that in a second. Let's wait for it to load and open this up. The other option as well is you can just install it like this. So if we go to terminal like so, we can just go inside the terminal, clone this, copy these commands, and then open this up, as you can see right here. So we can take this command, go into terminal, plug that in, and we're good to go. In fact, to be fair, it's way faster to just run it inside the terminal. Now we're going to navigate to it, as you can see right here. And then in the prompt.md file, you can describe your project requirements, like you can see here. So you can edit this. Then we're going to hit save. And then once we've edited the prompt.md of our requirements, we can just start Ralph, right? So let's go to the terminal here. If you get any errors, just paste them in to Claude. And then we'll say, so we have to install TMUX as well. Once we've done that, we're going to run this. So we're going to say, would you like to create a new Ralph project? I'm going to say yes. We'll just go with my app. This is a generic project name. We'll allow that. And then it says, do you want to, so basically the prompt.md is a file that you're going to edit, like you can see in Anti-Gravity right here, to prompt Ralph into what it needs to do, right? So you prompt it right here in terms of what it's going to build. And then from there, you can edit the document, save it, and that's how Ralph knows what to build, right? Now, if we go inside here and we'll say, okay, can you edit this? It's for a snake game that's 3D, something like that, right? So now it's opening up the prompt.md file. And as you can see right here, it's going to open that up. This is the default one with the templates, but then it's added this bit, right? So you are Ralph, an autonomous AI development agent working on a 3D snake game, as you can see right here. We're going to allow that. And it's beginning to write in like the technical specifications. So 3D snake game, overview, the tech stack, core gameplay, the mechanics, etc. And then it's ready to start now. So set it all up. It's set up and configured the prompt. It's like, this will start Ralph autonomously building your 3D snake game. Want me to start it? We'll say yes. And now it's just looping through. And we can monitor it. So if we go to the terminal here, we can open up Ralph Monitor and see what it's working on. And this will refresh every 2 seconds with the details. So we can see the progress, the loops, the loop count, etc. Marine says when it runs in the background, is this running on theirs or our services? So it's running locally on your laptop, right? So you can see here, it's running locally, but obviously it's using Claude Code and your API with Claude Code, which is online, to loop it through. And then it will just keep refreshing every 2 seconds, like you can see over here in the terminal. And then if you want to stop it, like you can see here, we've actually stopped it. Just, you can say, can you restart it or can you stop it, etc., right? Inside your Claude Code session. So this Claude Code session is connected to the Ralph loop over here. And so if you ever want to stop, you can always press like, I think it's Command and C as well inside the chat here. But you can control it as well inside Claude directly, as you can see, just by setting up that Ralph loop directly inside there from the GitHub. And then if you want to start it up again, you can just use a command like this, as you can see. And you can just watch it live in your terminal using this command right here. But that's basically how you can set up Claude Code, as you can see. With Ralph, this is the Ralph monitor, the status dashboard, etc. That will run on an infinite loop to edit the prompt and actually prompt Ralph to do the work. You just change the project MD file, like you can see right here. If you ever need to stop it, go back to your Claude chat and then just tell it to stop the agent, or just press Command C in the terminal. And then if you actually want to open up the GitHub directly inside Claude Code, then just paste the GitHub details and ask it to run it. That's the simplest and easiest way. If you have multiple projects, like you can see here, and you need the command for opening up like this, then you can just screenshot the page here, paste it into Claude, and just say terminal command to run this. It will give you the terminal command like you see. And then if we want to run that as well, we can just press Control and C inside the chat, paste in the command, boom, start running it like you can see. And then it will tell you how many minutes it's been running, what it's doing, what it's working on, etc. So it's pretty cool. The benefits of Ralph are basically that it can automate coding and just run on a loop automatically in the background. You might be wondering, okay, what is this? Why would you use it? Ralph Claude Loop is a plugin for Claude that turns it into basically like a non-stop AI worker. So instead of generating code once and stopping it, Claude will just keep going, right, until the task is actually complete, fixing bugs, testing code automatically, and that sort of thing. And it's a huge shift from like the typical one and done approach that most AI tools use. Now, how it works, you basically write a prompt, add the completion signal, set a max retry limit, launch a loop, right? And then why would you use this? You could use it, for example, some of these examples. One of the most important ones I've seen a lot of people do is just build whilst they're sleeping, right? So they can have this coding out like you can see here and building stuff whilst they're not working at all, which is pretty cool. I'm just going to terminate that. And then what makes this different versus just using something like Claude Code, where it's like you give it the end goal, not every step. Claude figures out the path. It checks its own work and self-iterates. It learns from its previous tries. It works with live GitHub repos and real projects. And it has built-in monitoring, error filtering, and rate limiting, right? And if you want to get all the setup instructions plus an extra tutorial on exactly how this works, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab, completely free, link in the comments description. This connects you with 45,100 people, as you can see. And also, if you want to get an amazing AI automation community that helps you grow and learn with AI and automate your business, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside the community, you can post any questions, get help and support whenever you need it. You can see all the people winning with AI, like you can see right here. And also inside the question section, if you have a question, people will help you a lot. So you can see here, for example, Maddie had a question. 28 people got back to Maddie just to help her get the support she needs. Also, inside the calendar, you get 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on a call with an AI automation expert, get help and support whenever you need it. And inside the classroom here, you can learn how to go from complete beginner to expert with AI automation in just 5 weeks. You'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. You'll get my full processes for using AI avatar videos and automating those, plus how we automate, for example, Twitter and newsletters and shorts and everything else, right? And even emails. And then, for example, if you want to learn how to get more clients and how to land more clients, you can check out the agency course. If you want to basically grow your YouTube channel like me, you can check out the 6-week roadmap right here. And if you want to rank #1 like we do as well, then you can check out the AI SEO automation section. So feel free to check that out. Link in the comments and description to the AI Profit Board. Cheers for watching. We got a few questions here, so let's see what we got. It says, what is he working on? Ralph and Claude Code. Alston says, coding with Claude Code, regardless of Claude Opus, consumes the credits very fast. If I subscribe to the Plus plan, any better options? See, it's the same thing, right? I made a Gemini gem for PowerShell for running terminal commands. Pretty cool. AI brand building says, you ever get issues with deploying sub-agents properly? I keep trying to deploy sub-coding agents for smaller features. Check out my video on Automaker. So basically what that will do is if you have loads of features, it will turn everything into a Kanban board, and then you can just press make, right? And that will just go off and make stuff for you. Let me show you an example. just so I can be really clear on this. So if you go to my video on Automaker here, this one, we can basically set up a Kanban board like you can see right here. And whatever project you have, if you have a backlog of features, you can get these sub-agents to create the tasks. So you just click on make here and it will go off and build separate tasks with multiple agents. That's one of the easiest ways to do it. You can set this up with CLAUDE and Automaker, which is a free GitHub. And then from there, you've got a nice UI where you can host it and test it. Today, I'm going to show you my best Claude AI SEO workflow for ranking content on Google and other AI search engines. So for example, if we check out this website, this is juliangoldie.com, which is my personal website. You can see like a while ago, we were getting like 0 clicks per day on this website, right? Now, if you look at the trajectory, particularly over the last 30 days, we're getting some serious traction on this website, right? So you can see here it went from like 69 clicks a day, and now it's at the point where it's getting 211 clicks a day. The other thing I like about this is look at the trajectory, right? If we actually have a look over the last 3 months, for example, you can see where we started versus where we are now. And if we look even further away over the last 12 months, the progress we've made since we started posting on this website, which was late September, is unbelievable, as you can see right here. David says, am I late? Happy to join for the first time. Good to see you, David. And from here, we're going to start testing this out. So how am I doing this? What are we doing? What's the process, etc.? But essentially, I want to talk you through how this works. So when we're creating content on YouTube, we're actually ranking those videos directly inside Google as well, right? So we get the traffic from YouTube, but we also get the traffic from Google. And this is not just for big websites. So for example, if we actually type in, I don't know, AI SEO link building or something like that, right? You can actually see our video ranking on Google right there, SEO. You can see our videos ranking on the first page. If we type in something like this keyword, you can see this is a totally different YouTube channel, but we're ranking again on Google, right? And so videos rank really well. But here's the other beautiful thing about creating videos, right? If you're creating videos, like for example, this one right here, if you're creating videos like this, you're actually creating your own research when you do those videos, right? So for example, if you have a look at this particular video, what I'm doing, if you check out the video itself, is we are creating content talks about stuff that I'm building directly inside here. So it's first-hand case study data, right? Now, why is that important? It's important because when you're building out with Claude and you're creating content, you're creating something unique because it's using your case study data, right? So for example, if I build out a web app inside CLAUDE and then I share it on YouTube and then I turn that transcript into a video, it's going to be way more likely to rank because it's unique data, right? It's not just taken from some generic fluffy AI, right? It's actually something unique. And so, for example, if we go over to Claude here and we take a prompt from the AR profile boardroom, so I'll show you exactly how this works. We're going to take the transcript from YouTube, like you see here, I've taken that. Then we're going to go over to Claude, like you can see over here. And what we're going to do is just grab a prompt from the AR profile boardroom. Let me do that. So inside the classroom here, if you go to the playbook, and then we're going to go down to video to blog posts, open up that prompt, and then we are going to plug that directly into Claude. What I actually use for writing inside Claude, usually, but Opus is not bad, but Opus is more like for coding, right? So you can use Sonnet. Either way, you definitely want to use Claude over something like ChatGPT, just because the content is way more sentient, feels way more human, feels way more realistic, right? And that's how we get results like this. So if you go back to Claude over here, we're now going to type in our keyword. Now, how do we find a good keyword for this? What we typically do is we'll go over to Google like so. Then we're going to go and type in, let's say, for example, I'm trying to match a video of mine about Claude to a keyword inside Google. If we have a look here, we've got a video, like, for example, this one. And all we need to do is just go inside Google and try and match the content itself to a keyword that would rank. So for example, if we type in Claude AI SEO, that's a good keyword to rank for, right? And so what we can do is we can plug in keyword equals. We'll change the transcript to this video right here. So we'll grab the transcript. So then we're going to copy that. We're going to go over to Claude here and we'll paste that in. So we've got the prompt itself, which is from the AI profit boarding if you want to get it. And then we've got the transcript itself and the keyword that we found for free inside Google Auto Suggest. The other thing that's interesting right here is like you can do all of this for free, right? You can record your screen for free using OBS. You can rank it on Google and YouTube for free. using that video. You can use Claude for free as well. So Sonnet is actually free. Opus isn't, but Sonnet is. And then also you can do the keyword research for free as well, because you're inside Google and you can just find the auto suggest keywords for free, like you can see right here. Right? And so from here, what you can see is we've got a bunch of ideas for the title, and then we've got the actual content itself, like you can see, right? And so if we have a look at this particular page, we've got the keyword inside the title. That'll be throughout the content itself as well. And you can see it's inside each of the headings as well throughout the page. It's inside the copy. So for example, here you can see the keyword mentioned too. And we've just optimized the keyword for the topic that we're trying to rank for, right? Now, that is essentially how we're creating content that ranks directly on Google, like you see right here. So we're ranking, for example, several times on Google for that particular keyword over here. And it's pretty simple and straightforward. Let's have a look at another one. So here's our video for this particular keyword, as you can see. And then if we keep scrolling down, we've got a website ranking here, a website ranking here. And it's fairly straightforward to create this content and the rank it. You can see another one right here, right? And a LinkedIn article too for that keyword. And this keyword actually does get traffic. So if we go over to Ahrefs, just to validate that people are actually searching for it, we'll go to the Keyword Explorer, plug that in, and then you can see it's ranking pretty nicely. Now, here's where it gets interesting, right? So you can rank content across your blog, like you can see right here. If we have a look at this website, and again, let me pull up the content. I'll show you where it ranks and that sort of thing. So if we pull up the blog here, you can see the content that we're creating. And this is all like my personal data. It's not spammy either, because you're actually taking the content, rewriting it in a better way, formatting it in a nicer way, and then using your own data and your own case study inside the video to rank it as well, right? So you're actually creating something of value that no one else on the internet has created, unlike other people who are using like those generic AI SEO tools, right? And when you're doing this as well, what you can also do is you can easily get Claude to regenerate another version of that blog that's completely unique, but still based on your YouTube title, right? And from here, what you can also do is you can publish that content across other platforms. So for example, if you actually have a look at Reddit, right? We have this subreddit and we post here daily. So all of our videos will post directly to Reddit as well. And we'll also post the articles. So for example, if we check out this one, you can see that our article is directly inside Reddit with our links. So it funnels traffic to our video, but also to our funnels, like you can see. This particular subreddit ranks really well inside Google, but it also gets traffic from the platform itself. So if we have a look here, for example, this month we've reached 98,000 people inside Reddit, inside the subreddit, which is pretty crazy, because Reddit, again, is free to post on as well. And you can easily generate content with Claude too, right? And you can see some of the top performing posts here. So 21,000 views, 15,000 views, 7,800 views, 7,000 views. It's pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy stuff. We also do the same inside, for example, X, right? X is another platform that we actually post content on regularly. So if we go to our article section here, we do exactly the same method. But this time, what we do is we post it inside X, right? So if we keep scrolling down here, if we take a look at this article, which we only published like yesterday, as you can see. So we only published this article yesterday, and you can see it's already had 17,000 views directly inside X. And again, it funnels traffic to the places we want to funnel traffic to. It does have our video embedded inside it as well. And then it also funnels traffic other places too. But the main thing to note here is like you can get traffic across the platform. You get traffic directly from Google. You can create multiple versions of the same video transcript. You're using your own case study data, so you're actually adding some information to the internet when these AIs rank your content. And also, this will rank inside Perplexity or rank inside ChatGPT, and it's pretty easy to do, right? You can easily train an assistant to do this. And again, like if you see how many views we're getting directly from Reddit from using the same methods, it's pretty crazy. And so you can see how much traffic we're getting on Reddit, how much views we're getting on linked on X articles. You've seen, for example, us ranking directly on Google, on YouTube, and also you've seen us getting results like this for our website. So it's a very powerful process, and all it is literally you just get a video. So step one is create a video, just documenting what you're creating around that tool. Step number two is match it to a keyword by using Google Auto Suggest. And then step number three is making sure that you repurpose that, not just on your website, but also repurpose it across multiple platforms too. And if you do that, you're increasing the chances of you ranking, plus you're getting traffic from those other platforms as well whilst you do it. So that is our Claude AI SEO workflow. If you want to get a free SEO strategy session, you can actually get that at the link in the comments and description. So you can get a free SEO strategy session here. Booking a call, we'll jump on a call with you, give you some tips, give you help with your website, build out a custom game plan, etc., based on what's working for us and our clients. And then also, if you haven't checked out already, if you love SEO workflows like this, you can actually get a free community, link in the comments description. And this connects you with 44,800 people, as you can see right here. It's a very active community, lots of people posting, etc. And if you go to the classroom, you get a full course showing you exactly how to do SEO and AI SEO, like you can see right here. And the cool thing about this is these trainings are free, right? But they're better and more updated than most SEO courses out there. So you can get all of these trainings, as you can see, you get all my latest strategies for AI, and you get this inside the AI Success Lab. So feel free to get that. Appreciate you watching. So today we're going to be testing out Claude Code 2.1, which is a brand new update from Claude. Now, you can actually access this directly inside Claude, like you can see right here. So if you go to Claude, you download it on desktop, you can get it access right there. That's one of the biggest differences, is like previously you would have to go to your terminal, then you type in Claude, and then you can start using Claude directly from there. But most people don't like the UI of using a terminal. And also, if you're not a techie or you're not a developer, it's not the best place to start, to be honest with you, right? So what you can do over here is you can actually open Claude Code directly inside the desktop version of Claude, right? So for example, here, if we close the sidebar, open it up again, you can see that we have the coding section over here. And then you can see, for example, this is a project that we built using Claude Code, just as an example for a one-tap flying bird game. So if you want to open this up, you can actually open it up. So let's say open this up. And the amazing thing about Claude is you can access your files, you can code locally. It's got a really nice UI now, so you get the power of using Claude, but you can actually code locally and build projects offline. And if we have a look, for example, this is the page that we've created with Claude, just as a random example game. It works really nicely. It's super easy to build, right? Now, the other thing you can do here is you can just start up a new session, and you can be like, okay, let's select a new folder. So open this up, create a new folder, just open up this test like this. And then we're going to say, okay, knowing what you know about me, what would be the most useful app I could build? Plus, make it fun, colorful, interesting, plus dopamine inducing, right? Something like that, just to make sure the UI and that sort of thing is fun to build, right? From here, it's going to start generating some ideas. If it says this about you, what you can actually do is just go back to the chat over here, and Claude will actually have the memory of you. So Claude Code doesn't seem to remember in the same way. Whereas if you go inside the chat, it will actually remember who you are, what you do, etc., as you can see. So what you can do over here is you can actually grab this, and then we can say, okay, give me a prompt for building this. There we go. So we're going to plug this in. And it's giving us a really in-depth prompt, and it's all personalized to me, right? Now, once we've done that, so let's wait for that to load. We can now copy this. There we go. So that's inside the chat of Claude. We're going to go back over to the coding section. We're going to plug this in. It does actually, the thing I like about this as well with Claude Code is it gives you options, and then you can choose which one you want, right? Which is pretty nice. Now, if we open up a new folder here, open up test, for example, we're going to plug in this prompt that we got from Claude before. We can also switch on ask, which means like it asks for approval before it takes any action. And you've got some sort of demo prompts right here as well. So you could, for example, get it to update your Claude MD file, or search for a to-do comment, or recommend areas to improve. But I'm just going to build out this app right now. So let's hit enter on that and see what we get back. And then we can also have like multiple instances of Claude Code as well. So if we go into the terminal here, and then from here, you can also just talk to Claude directly with plain text, right? With plain English. So for example, if we're like, okay, build this game out for me, it will start building out this game, as you can see inside the terminal, whilst the other version of Claude Code is building out inside the desktop as well. So if you want to build two projects at once, but you don't want to switch between tabs, or you don't want to switch between different terminal windows, then you can just have these running side by side, like you can see right here. You can also, if you've installed VS Code, so Visual Studio Code, you can select that, or CLI as well, so you can open up the terminal too. And then you'll see these three dots at the bottom here. So you can click on /commands, and then you can actually, for example, give it different ideas that you want to do, different commands and that sort of thing. So we're just going to click on always allow. Like you can see, that's going to begin to build this out. And also you've got a checklist here. So it actually ticks off the tasks as it's going through the checklist. So it figures out, okay, here's what I need to do for the project. And then let's click off each of these. Now, there's also a bunch of other updates that came with this. So, for example, you can press Shift and Enter for new lines for CRI setup. You can add hooks directly to agent and skills front matter. With skills, you've got like forked, context, hot reload, custom agent support, invoke with the / command. And then agents also no longer stop when you deny a tool. On top of that, you can configure the model to respond in your language. So, for example, if you speak a different language, it could respond in Japanese or Spanish and that sort of thing. It's got wildcard support for tool permissions, teleport your session. So you can actually teleport it directly to the cloud as well. So you can actually send it over here directly inside the desktop. And then also you can see a full change log right inside the GitHub, right? So this is 2.1.2, and there's a bunch of other stuff that's actually just been added today as well. So this was 2.1, which literally just came out. And then if you scroll up, there's even more changes added and improved today. So it's definitely, for coding, I think in general, it's probably the best for building out projects. It's one of the easiest as well, because you don't really need to understand how to use any of this, right? It's just like you tell it what you want in plain English. And so far, I've not really found any limitations to Claude. Like it can pretty much build anything. So if we're like, okay, open this, it should be able to open up the project that's just built inside our tab. So let's press space to start. And you can see that it works perfectly first time around, right? Like it was super easy to build this. It's quite a fun game. And it works perfectly. So we've also got this app building out, as you can see. That's more of a longer project, so it's going to take a little while. But if you want to see like where it's up to in terms of progress, you can just check out the to-dos over here. What you can also do, if you don't realize it already as well, is you can actually go over to anti-gravity, and then inside anti-gravity, you can click on new terminal, and then inside new terminal, you can actually run Claude Code and its new version directly with anti-gravity, right? So if you want to use it inside there, you can as well. So you got plenty of options, like you can use it inside the terminal, you can use it inside Claude Desktop, you can teleport Claude Desktop to your browser inside Chrome, and also you can plug this into terminal and anti-gravity as well. So pretty simple and easy to use. Doesn't really require any expertise. It seems like it's getting easier and easier. And I really like the UI that comes directly inside the desktop version of this. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to all the video notes on Claude Code, how to use it, how to set it up, etc., what you can actually do is if you type in Claude inside the AI Success Lab, which is a free community connecting you with 44,800 people. If you go over to the classroom here, you can see all our different trainings on Claude. We even have a full course 1 hour long. We have information on Claude Code and another video tutorial that breaks it all down and how it works, etc. You can also go to the classroom here and you'll see all of our latest automations. And if you scroll to this section, you'll find all the video notes from yesterday. So we were talking about, for example, Claude Code 2.1 introduces automatic skill reloads, support for agents, language models, and / commands, smoother UI, easier setup process, and faster and smarter local coding, right? And you can also check out the GitHub changelog for using all of that. So if you want to get step-by-step instructions on exactly how to use it, you can get it inside the AI Success Lab, completely free, link in the comments description. And if you want to get help, support, if you want to learn this stuff directly from me, if you want to be able to DM me and get help and support and reach out whenever you want, and if you want to join a community of winners who are growing and learning and implementing this stuff day to day inside their business, you can check out the AI Profit Boardroom. Like you can see, we actually have a daily accountability group that just helps you avoid the overwhelm and the craziness and the shiny objects that come with AI and building it inside your business, so that you can just stay laser focused on, here's my top goal, here's my top task for the day. Like you see with Justin, right? Justin is a legendary member inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Same with Christian. We're just setting up our goals and making sure we smash them, right? On top of that, we have all these wins, so people are winning and learning and growing. So you can see, for example, Jay built out his first AI video project. Clint actually built out an app inside anti-gravity. You've got, for example, Steve found a bunch of beta testers for his new product, right? So it's just amazing how people are using and learning and growing. There's loads of cool tips in there. If you ever get stuck, you can actually post inside the AI Profit Boardroom and just get help from the community. And you can see that every single post gets support, gets help, gets questions answered, etc. Right? Now, if you go to the classroom here, if you want to learn how to master AI automation inside your business, then you can see that we have a beginner course. It takes you from beginner to expert in just 5 weeks, right? So you can follow the steps inside the course here and go from beginner to expert. Plus, you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, you actually get our playbooks on the systems that I build inside my business. So for example, you can see my process for AI avatar videos, how we create screen shares with AI avatar videos. We actually break down the full training plus the step-by-step prompts and SOP for using this stuff. Inside the classroom as well, you can also learn how to get more clients for your agency. You'll get our best AI SEO automations, plus a full 6-week roadmap on how to scale your YouTube channel based on what's working for me. And on top of that, inside the calendar, we do 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on 4 weekly coaching calls, ask any questions, get help, get support, etc., with a PhD trained scientist in AI automation. So, basically they can help you with anything technical. Plus you get to meet this community on the calls. And if you can't watch it back, no problem. We actually record them and post them inside the classroom. Today, we have 2 brand new updates from Claude Code. So number one is that you can actually use Claude Code inside desktop. And you see this tweet from Cat Wu here. So to do this, you can download Claude Desktop from the website, open the sidebar, click code toggle, select the folder that you want Claude Code to have access to, and then submit the prompts. So for example, if you actually go to Claude Desktop over here, and then you're going to select code, like you can see that we now run Claude Code directly inside the desktop app, which is great because now you don't need to worry about using it inside terminal. So to get started, we're just going to click on this. This is the preview. So